Hello, and welcome to the Seafoam Draft League Season 2. Seafoam Draft League Season 2 draft breakdown video. I've never done one of these before, but this is going to be a long one. It's probably going to be multiple hours of length, kind of like just me reviewing the Gen 8 Pokemon this time. Only this time it's going to be probably a little bit longer because it's like 200 Pokemon instead of like 25. So, yeah. Just anticipate the video length being several times longer. Maybe use this as like a podcast instead of like an actual video to watch. But, yeah. I'm gonna just get into it. This is basically just a review of every player's drafts. At the end, there's no like whole thing. It's not like a whole first impression or like PR video. That's going to go up tomorrow. Other people are going to record that. I'm Colin, coach of the New York Latios, and there'll probably be a couple other people jumping in and out of BC to help me out with this, or at least hopefully there will. Otherwise, it's just going to be me talking for 4 hours. So, yeah, I'm just going to get into the video, and we're going to get straight into the first pick of the draft, which is Dragapult, picked by Pharaoh. It is like a very, very good first draft pick. Probably one of the best picks he could have made. Access to so many items, so many sets. It's very, very good. It's got a lot of utility and strength, really. This is just one of the best offensive Glumons that he could get. So, like, starting off the bat, he has a Mon that's very, very easy to just build and work with. And it has so much potency as well, unlike a lot of Glumons, which are like balance glue. This is like offense or balance glue because it can do so much. It's got a great typing, great offensive and defensive typing, I have to say. And it has okay defenses. They're not impressive really, but they're okay, I guess. But yeah, this is just a great offense Glumon, great offensive Mon on its own. It doesn't need as much team support as a lot of the T1s, or a lot of the other T1s. But it's a great pick. I think that this was definitely a good way to start off the draft.
Yeah, I believe this was first pick, so yeah, Pult first pick is kind of a meme, but you know, it's a good first pick, one of the best mods in draft.
So, yeah, this Star Toad.
Hello. Yeah, I just got here. My audio was being funny.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll move on to the next pick. I don't want to spend like 3 minutes on each Pokemon. Otherwise, this is going to be like infinity long, and I'm not going to get any sleep until like 8 in the morning. So, we'll just go to the next pick, which is Glastrier. This is definitely a confusing first pick. It's not like the best pick in the world. I feel like Ember probably could have picked Melmetal and been a lot more safe here, because I doubt, unless like Tiller was either going to get Melmetal or Glastrier, Melmetal was probably just a better Trick Room pick first, but this is okay, I guess, really.
Yeah, I mean, for pick 2, Glastrier isn't a bad mon, but for the second pick in draft, it's a little odd. I feel like it's just like a worse Mamoswine in most situations. Like, I'd rather just get Mamoswine or Weavile.
I feel like this Pokemon is like uniquely a lot bulkier than either of those other two Pokemon, which is probably why it was selected, because it has like 105, 135, 105 or something really stupid like that, alongside like base 145 attack and like no speed. So it's a lot better in Trick Room than the other two, but it's also a lot worse outside of Trick Room. And like as the draft goes on, you'll see that Ember's team is really, really slow. So I mean, like this works, I guess, as a Trick Room pick. But in round 1, you probably want Melmetal if you're gonna go hard Trick Room like Ember ended up doing. But Glastrier is not terrible.
Yeah, we'll see how Ember plots around it as the draft goes on. So I think we can do the next one.
Yeah. This first like pick is kind of gonna be really hard to talk about because we can't really talk about the Pokemon in conjunction. We can only talk about them on their own because it's the first pick and that's the only Pokemon they have. But speaking of like picks, it's Galardarm, like the Booga Booga offense monkey with Gorilla Tactics that does 1 billion damage.
Big Darm.
It's not like... Okay, so this is a good round 1 pick because I feel like this gets pretty much unanimously drafted round 1 or round 2. But here's like, I really don't feel like the Galardarm is like insane, but it's probably the best ice type if you're trying to get a really strong ice type out the gates.
Yeah, I agree.
Its defenses suck and its speed's middling in draft, but you can definitely play to its strengths, give it really good proper team support and all that, and it can function incredibly well and be insanely dangerous with the right teammates. So I feel like Galardarm with those 4 moves, it's not offensive glue, but it's just something you can throw onto the field and it's scaring pretty much everything that's not a bulky water.
Yeah, it also has like a total of 3 sets it can run. It's not a very versatile mon. You got Band, Scarf, and then Belly Drum basically. That's it. So
it's unlike Dragapult, it's very support dependent. Like it's similar in Glastrier to that effect, where you're relying on your teammates to pick up your strengths, whereas Dragapult just like functions as its one-man team. So we'll move on. Tapu Koko, this is my pick. I'll let you talk because this is my pick.
Koko, I like Koko. It got terrain nerfed, which is noticeable, but it's still pretty good. I prefer Zeraora, honestly, but Tapu Koko is still really fast, really like a prep demon. Only has like a select few checks. Yeah, Koko's a solid first pick as always.
Yeah, I picked it. I used Koko before. I hated it, but I wanted to give it another shot because this time I'm a lot better. I guess is how I would just say blatantly, but yeah, that's all I have to say, or we have to really say about Koko. There's not a whole lot you can say about Koko on its own. So we'll move on to Roland with his first pick, Staraptor.
That's a classic right there. Staraptor round 1.
Yeah, the round 1 Staraptor. I would say it's a bad pick, but it's also Roland. So I can't say it's a bad pick because this is his pick with this like bird demon. He drafted it every season in Victory Road, right? Like that he's been in.
Yeah, he's drafted it basically every season. It's one of his signatures.
I'm not surprised. It's like a middling tier 2, but it's a really fun and capable tier 2. It's not like, if we're rating this objectively, it's a bad round 1 pick, because no one's taking it till round 2 or 3. But it's Roland, so I'm not going to knock points for him, and it's not like there's any points to knock here anyways. That's tomorrow's job. But yeah, I love this pick because it's his pick, pretty much. And it's not like Staraptor's like trash pick one. Okay, moving on to Zapdos. I think this is a really, really, really insane Pokemon in draft. Because it's got bulk, it got heavy duty boots in Gen 8, it has like that Hurricane Thunder set if he goes the rain route. But even without rain, it's a great defogger, great bulky presence. Pressure stall can happen. It can run specs, boots, life orb, volt switch, all like so many shenanigans, and it has just great versatility and tricks. It has a lot of tricks up its sleeve pretty much every week. It's a very good Pokemon. Like, it works on paper and it works in battle as well.
Yeah, Zapdos is annoying, man. Got Hurricane, walls like everything. Good offensively too. Yeah, this mono's great.
It hits pretty much every cornerstone as a tier 1, so I mean, you can't really go wrong with Zapdos, and he definitely didn't go wrong by picking this round 1 because it's a great Pokemon. And then we have the Monkey. Grassy terrain, grassy glide, choice band, literally any choice item that's not choice specs. Then you got like life orb sets, and you have this Pokemon doesn't like. It does one thing insanely well. It's never without Grassy Glide. If it's running no Grassy Glide, it's like terrible. But it's a pretty good, like a very strong, potent tier 1. It doesn't provide as much defensive utility as Zapdos or offensive versatility like Dragapult, but it does provide terrain unlike the other two. So it has a unique form of team support that a lot of Pokemon don't provide.
Yeah, Rillaboom is one of those Unga Bunga mons, to put it briefly. But yeah, you just run Grassy Glide, Wood Hammer, U-turn, I don't know, whatever fourth move you want.
Everything dies. Except for flying types. Flying types hold the shit out of this Pokemon. So we'll...
Yeah.
Mew. This does everything. Really. I mean, okay, so Omni 100 stats. 100s across the board. Psychic type. It gets Reflect type, which is cool, I guess. But this Pokemon can do pretty much everything, except like use Pyro Ball. There's a lot you can do with Mew. It's not as good at Gloomon as Dragapult, which is odd because this can do literally everything. But Mew really wants to be going like on offense. It doesn't really want to be rocking or defogging every week. Maybe every few weeks, that's a very good way to use Mew, but you want to have the ability to mix up with those offensive Sword Stance, Nasty Plot sets, or like all of that with those unique gimmicky sets. Keep everybody on their toes instead of just like one-dimensional Mew that always runs hazards or defog so that you're not getting bogged down every game.
Yeah, it's Mew. I don't know what else to say. Basically the most versatile mon in draft. Spikes, bunch of setup. It got Dragon Dance this gen. That's always fun.
Jack of all trades, master of none. Not that Mew is bad at anything. It's incredible at a lot of things. It's just not the best in its respective right. But the fact that it can do so much with one pick is really what makes it good. So, Mega Venusaur, the mega fat thing that doesn't die ever.
Well, you didn't change slides, I don't think.
Well, yeah, I did, but well, now it's Mega Venusaur if you can't be. But like, it's the fat thing that does fat things with leech seed synthesis and then 2 moves. It doesn't have like a necessary lack in offensive prowess, which is scary because it's not shy of doing any damage, and it has a lot of ways to just be fat and in the way, which is terrifying. It walls so much and eats so many attacks. It's really a potent defensive threat with like some offensive potential, which is kind of fun.
Mega Venusaur just kinda, it's one of those wall everything mons. Yeah, you just Leech Seed on everything. It might as well be a ground resist because of how bulky it is. Yeah, it's really good.
If you don't have a good flying or psychic type or something with strong psychic flying coverage, this thing will actually just win off the lead because it doesn't die ever if you don't hit it hard enough, which is
it's really hard if you don't have super effective coverage.
Yeah, so
hold on, my mic is being funny.
Mega Venusaur is crazy. I guess, well, there's not like, yeah, like I said, there's not a whole lot to say about the picked ones because you can't say much about a draft until there's at least 2 Pokemon. Next up is the Urshifu Single Strike. The insta-kill.
Oh, Urshifu.
Insta-kill.
I hate this mon. It's so bad. Well, it's not bad, and it's actually really good, but it's not fun.
Yeah, well, nobody has any proper switch-ins because, you know, Dark Fighting is an amazing offensive typing. Wicked Blow is just insane. You can't use Protect for leftovers, so you can't, like, block 2 KOs. It has Poison Jab for fairies. It just nukes everything with Choice Band. The main weakness of Urshifu is the fact that it has base 97 speed, which isn't even, like, terrible. But it's a weakness nonetheless because like common base 100 Scarfers will beat it, but you know, those common base 100 Scarfers have to get in after something dies to Urshifu, clicking like stupid Wicked Blow and doing like 70 to resists.
Yeah, that's Urshifu.
Yeah, and
if you don't have a good fairy, you can't really switch into it. Pick a sack.
It also has U-turns, so even if you do have a good fairy, you can lose momentum so easily. This one is just like click Wicked Blow or Close Combat, and they have to pick someone to die. It's like insta-kill, like brain dead button, like guy. He just punches them and they die. So Megazard Y. This Pokemon's not as potent as Urshifu, but, you know, instantly setting up Sun and having, you know, 159 base special attack as well as Sun Boost and Fire Blast is always nice, because that's pretty much nuclear damage. Because, yeah, even though it's base 100 and 4 times weak to Stealth Rock, with the inability to run heavy-duty boots, that does not detract from the fact that it is an absolute nuke. To, like, it can do a KO resist. It will one-hit KO neutral targets. Pretty much always 2-hit KO neutral targets. If they're neutral, they're dying in 2 hits on switch. If they're weak, nothing lives. It's, like, insanely nuclear. It's kind of like Urshifu, just can't run as many, like a wide variety of attacking. Like it does. Urshifu doesn't need a wide variety of attacking moves, but this has a weaker defensive typing and it's 4 times weak to Stealth Rock without being able to run boots, and it's just really, really strong. Like, that's its big thing.
Yeah, this mon doesn't really have a good switch in. What happens usually is you switch your water in on it on a flamethrower, and then you solar beam, and you die. So if you don't have a Chansey, you're basically dead. This thing does not have a very solid switch in. It's like Chansey or Pex, and that's it.
Or you're right, and you run freaking Flare Blitz Charizard. Why?
Oh, I saw that
KO
game. It was
Chansey.
really funny.
He ran that like 3 times the whole season. Physical Mega Zard Y is the new wave, to be honest. He's just killing Chansey without Chansey being ready to die. Because it does get like Focus Punch, I think. So could just kill Chansey with the Focus Punch and then Fire Blast it if it doesn't die instantly. Jirachi. I love Jirachi, except I also hate Jirachi because I suck at using it. But Jirachi is very good. It has incredible coverage, great calm mindsets, hacks, and also hacks.
Yeah,
hacks. Pretty much. Hacks. I think this Pokemon flinches more than Togekiss, even though that's like statistically not true. It feels like it does. But this Pokemon, it kills stuff that it shouldn't be killing, but yeah, it just kills. Hacks is a very, very powerful tool, and when you're using Jirachi, Hacks only becomes more powerful until you miss Thunder Wave and have to cry. But yeah, Calm Mindsets are really, really funky with this Pokemon. Like, you can Hacks them to death, or paralyze them with, like, Thunder, and then start setting up sub-Calm Minds, and then just have Iron Head or a Zen Headbutt in the back and kill them. Jirachi can do it. It has great coverage. It doesn't even have to run hack sets, but hack sets are just so potent. It also has Rocks and Wish for some reason, and it didn't need those, but it has the ability to run a support variety.
Yeah, it's pretty bulky as well.
Yeah, great defensive type.
Like a base 100. It's like Mew, but it has Steel type, so
yeah. I mean, like, the big drawback is that it's weak to ground, really. That's about it. So, moving on to your pick. So I'll just go through this one myself. Mega Scizor is very, 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 very strong. Swords Dance sets U-turn Roost. Bullet Punch is like Mega Scizor's crutch. It just Swords Dance Bullet Punches. It will kill resists at +2 in 1 hit. It will kill resists in 1 hit at +3. It's just, you can't outspeed it because of Bullet Punch. Like, the offensive typing looks really bad until it is +2 base 150 attack with Technician priority stab Bullet Punch. And it's suddenly 2-hit KOing your frail fire types, and you're like, oh crap. For some reason, Hidden Power Fire seems to bounce off of Mega Scizor if you don't have like over 100 special attack. Like, non-stab Hidden Power Fires won't 2-hit KO this thing for some reason. It's just that bulky. This thing can run great defensive sets. It can run Curse, Swords Dance. It can run like anything. The nuclear U-turns, the Swords Dance Bullet Punches, the Roost, to make it even more unkillable. It's just great pickup. It has so much versatility, and it's got like those 3 specific sets it can run so potently, and then it has a bunch of more minor sets like Defog that it can run less well, but it can still run them really well. Like, better than Pokemon in like tier 4, whose job is to specifically do that job. This Pokemon's just insane. It has so much power in just one pick. Now we're moving on to Paco's Mega Alakazam. No nasty plot, thankfully. The world's not ending with this Pokemon. But yeah, base 150 speed. Base how much special attack? Like 175?
It's 175, yeah.
Yeah, so this Pokemon is just insane. It does 1 billion damage, and it plays mind games like no other Pokemon. If you try to beat it with Sucker Punch, it will sub up in your face. Trying to beat it with Pursuit, it can stay in and Focus Blast your Dark, and then you're like, crap, now I have nothing to beat this anymore, and you lose. It's just so insane. This Pokemon does like so much damage. It's one of the best cleanup sweepers. It can wall break well. It's not like bad at it. It's great wall breaker because 175 special attack rate, cleaner with 150 speed. Raw Psychics or Expanding Forces are still really, really potent off of this guy. So this thing is just an offensive behemoth on pretty much any team. It has good coverage too, like Focus Blast, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic.
Shadow Ball for other psychics. Yeah, it's crazy.
So this thing just sweeps, cleans, wall breaks, anything offensively that you really need a Pokemon to do. It can even break Chansey with Psyshock. So like offensively, anything you need a Pokemon to do, this Pokemon can do it. It's really, really, really good. And we'll move on to Thundurus Incarnate. So, Thundurus Incarnate is a weird, admittedly a little bit of a strange tier 1 pick. I mean, it's still really solid, kind of like Staraptor, where it has the Thunder, U-turn, all that. It has Bulk Up. Prankster is always nice. It has Defiant to dissuade defogging, can do a ton of damage after a nasty plot. It can do so much for a tier 2 Pokemon. It's a great tier 2 pick, but it probably should not have gone round 1, but like I guess it's more of a peculiar round 1 pick than it is bad. It's just got so much offensive firepower and such a strange package, I guess is another way to phrase it.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this mon. I've never really seen it used at all. So picking it round 1 is interesting. I know it has like Prankster, T-Wave, Shenanigans. But that's it. It has like good mixed attacking stats, I think. But yeah, I mean it's a good mon, just maybe not like a round 1 pick.
It has Nastopod as well for like heavy hitting offense sets because it's not slow. It's got like good speed. Melmetal. This is probably what Ember should have picked, but it fell to Tiller instead. This is like the most probably the best Trick Room Pokemon. Like you would probably be hard pressed to find a better Trick Room Pokemon than Melmetal, other than like Marowak Lola, but that's tier 3. This is just Double Iron Bash, but like it's surprisingly versatile. I already said a lot in like the review video for all the Gen A Pokemon for the people who are new to Victory Road Draft, or like new to Gen 8 Draft, not Dex Draft. It does a good amount of damage, but it's not like super one-dimensional as people think. It's got a couple other sets, like sub. It's got Acid Armor, Body Press, Double Iron Bash, and then AV leftovers, etc.
Yeah, I've used Melmetal before. You can run like Choice Band is really strong, great wall breaker. Assault Vest is super bulky, but yeah, I love Melmetal. It's good. It just has to look out for like bulky waters and stuff.
Well, it has Thunder Punch. Like it can KO a lot of waters, but Thunder Punch because of Iron Fist. But no. Yeah, I love this round 1. Now, Melmetal gets a lot of flack pretty often for being pretty crappy. It does need a lot of team support relative to a lot of tier 1s. But I think it's one of the more fun Pokemon you can draft. So that's that. And then we have the round 1 overview. We have Dragapult for Pharaoh, Glastrier for Amber, Darmanitan Galar for Leor, Tapu Koko for me, Staraptor for Roland, Zapdos for Reich, Rillaboom for Morgana, Mew for King, Mega Venusaur for Benji, Urshifu Single Strike for Danny, Yes, his Pokemon was Megazord Y, Jirachi for Kiwi, Startoad got Mega Scizor, Paco got Mega Alakazam, Charlie got Thundurus Incarnate, and Killer got Melmetal. I would probably say, like, these are all pretty good picks. There's no, like, bad pick, or there's some, like, picked a random tier 3 round 1.
No Corsola.
Yeah. there's still Staraptor, but that's
no shades
Kicks,
but
that's not as bad. Corsola round 1 is kind of whack, to be honest. Yeah, you're falling behind with that one. No one's gonna snipe it from you, I don't think. But
probably not. But yeah, let's move on.
Yeah. First pick of round 2. Now we can finally start talking about Team Synergy. And this is, he already made his Dragon Fairy Steel Core, which is a good start for round 2. But he is kind of, like, he doesn't have a ground resist yet, which is pretty nice for Melmetal, but he did pick up a fighting and fire resist in one pick, which is great. And on Switch, base Altaria can switch into Earthquakes for it. So, this is a great Pokemon. Like, it has a good speed tier, good-ish speed tier in conjunction with Melmetal. It can sweep, whereas Melmetal can break, kind of, unless it's under Trick Room, where Melmetal's doing the reverse, where it's sweeping, Altaria's breaking. This has great Dragon Dance sets, Defog, Roost, Cotton Guard sets. He's still kind of weak-ish on the special defense side with these 2 picks, but a lot of his weaknesses are already covered. Like, he can switch into almost any move with one or the other Pokemon. At this point, with just these 2 Pokemon. Yeah, he's very physical and a little weak, especially defensively. But he's got good sweeping potential now. He's just not super defensive yet. But Melmetal does provide some defensive utility, just lacks that recovery, which can be probably provided by Cleric.
Yeah. This is not the first time that Tiller has drafted Mega Altaria. It's a Tiller classic, if you will, but yeah, it really works well with Melmetal, I feel.
It's a good round 2 pickup especially for a Mega. It's got good quirks in conjunction with Melmetal. I think this is a very, very solid round 2 pickup for Tiller to work with his other Pokemon. He drafted round 1. And as soon as you see this Pokemon, you know Charlie's either drafting Pelipper or Politoed next round. Because Swampert without Rain is bad. So this, assuming he gets a Rain Pokemon with Thunderai and Swampert, that drastically bolsters the threat level of his team, because Swampert hits so hard and is so fast under Rain, and Thundurus can't miss those insanely high-powered Hurricanes and Thunders under Rain. So, and then Thundurus even resists Swampert's one weakness, which is really nice. And Swampert does resist that rock damage and can just be immune to the electric damage that is aimed at Thundurus. So there's like a nice little defensive core, even if Thundurus is really, really it doesn't want to switch into anything ever. It's really hard pressed to attempt to switch into attacks, but It's not like it's not like so defensively frail to the point where it won't like he'll lose points or get knocked for this being his first 2 picks. Swampert and Thunderous do certainly have some level of synergy out the gate.
Yeah, it's solid. I guess Swampert is surprisingly bulky though. It's got like 100, 110 defenses, I think.
This thing,
so
it needs offhand HP grasses. Grass Knot is a weakness that it has, but you know, Thunderous can switch into Grass Knot pretty easily.
Yeah.
And then we have Tapu Lele.
Lele Zam. Lele Zam.
Yeah,
so I'd be amiss to not talk about Expanding Force Mega Alakazam. That's crazy, man. That's like 2 KOing resists now. And Lele on its own is also like really, really good. Basically has the same coverage as Zam, but like stab fairy to really deal with darks.
And
yeah, Colin, you can go.
This Pokemon has like while you said it has the same coverage as Alakazam, it provides the psychic terrain for Alakazam, so Sucker Punch no longer functions at all. It hits those darks. It can hit the ghosts just like Alakazam, but it can act as the substitute, so Alakazam can clean up because this has a little bit better bulk. Like you said, that terrain also provides nuclear expanding forces. Like, I cannot say how dangerous Alakazam under psychic terrain is. There's no switch-ins. It will one-hit KO a handful of resists to psychic. And on top of that, Alakazam will now just you can't kill it with priority anymore. But that's not to speak of Lele lacking, because Lele sets the terrain, so it's immediately threatening, and it doesn't need to switch into terrain unlike Alakazam, or you don't need to sack to get it into terrain. It's just already in there. It's got the specs boosted psychics, unlike Alakazam, where it can run an item. Yeah, that's Lele's thing. They work really well in conjunction with each other, despite being rather similar in terms of attacking moves, because they complement offensive strengths versus defensive core versatility and usefulness. Now we'll move on to your pick, Garchomp. So I like this pick because Scizor resists Ice Dragon and all of the things that Garchomp hates. Unlike a lot of these picks, your guys they both have randomly insane bulk. They can eat hidden powers that are 4 times effective against them. Only knock is both of your Pokemon are 4 times weak to a move, those being Fire and Ice. But Garchomp is really, really good. It has those powerful Earthquakes to deal with the fire types that might want to dispose of Scizor. It can hit the flying types with Stone Edge, with Edge Quake. This Pokemon has Nuclear Outrage's Dragon Claws. It got Scale Shot with Sword Stance, so it can sweep finally. It's no Dragon Dance, but it works, even if it's not quite as effective. This Pokemon just nukes things. Well, it doesn't nuke things, but it cleans well. It can somewhat break, especially with Sword Stance sets. It can crack defensive imbalanced teams wide open. And it can play defense pretty well with Scizor, especially with setting Rocks and Rocky Helmet and Rock Skin. So, like, in conjunction, they play some pretty nifty 1-2s with each other. Moving on to Kiwi's next pick is Non-Libero Cinderace. So, I'm not sure if this is like a round 2 pick. It could be. It's not like a great It's a great mon, but it's not like round 2, I don't think. It has core change, it has pyro ball, it has gong shot still, but it only has really stab, pyro ball, and it gets some sucker punch utility, but core change and pyro ball are the main draws of this Pokemon. Unlike a lot of other offensive fires that are physical, like Darm or Arcanine, this Pokemon doesn't kill itself, but it trades off 10 accuracy for that recoil, which is really nice. Core change is insane. It has a great speed tier and U-turn, so it exerts a very, very high amount of offensive pressure, and it can U-turn out on a lot. It can sucker punch. Core change helps it pressure teams with U-turn even harder. Pyro Ball is just a great move in general.
Also gets great coverage, Sucker Punch and Gunk Shot like you mentioned. Also like Zen Headbutt for Toxapex and stuff. Yeah, it's kick. Really good. Yeah, and High Jump Kick.
It's got like great coverage across the board. It does get 4 move slot syndrome. That's why a lot of times when
but
straight up Blaze Cinderace, it'll just run Banded Pyro Ball because, you know, that kills resists. But yeah, it does get a little bit of 4 move slot syndrome because like 115 or something attack is good, but you want like 130 to really break properly. So yeah, this Pokemon's really good, and it's got versatility and variety in attacking and pressure, but it doesn't have any defensive utility at all outside of core change. Alright, Lando T for Actius. So, this pig doesn't exactly cover the rock weakness of Charizard. It does provide Intimidate, which does a lot for Charizard and the rock weakness of this team. Both are like Charizard's neutral to ice and Lando's neutral to rock. But the thing is, these guys they hit both ends of the spectrum. Like Zard will hit the thing, like the physical walls, and absolutely delete them, or just delete switch-ins altogether. And Lando will kind of just earthquake away the Chanseys, Pexes, and all that actually want to switch into Zard Y. So these guys have offensive synergy, not so much defense synergy, even though there is a relative amount of defensive synergy there.
Yeah, there's some. The synergy is like mostly offensive, but Lando T is definitely pretty solid defensively as well. So yeah,
it's a great pick for round 2. Even if it's not like perfect synergy between the two, they work well enough alone on the opposite ends of offensive spectrums that they function really well and properly together. Next up we have Danny's pick, which is Sylvia. So, while he doesn't have a Steel or Dragon type yet, he gets a little bit of Neat Wish support for Shifu if Shifu is switching in repeatedly to claim kills and starts getting worn down by like sacked Pokemon fighting back a little bit. But Sylveon does switch into those fighting type moves aimed at Urshifu. While there isn't a whole lot of defensive synergy in terms of typing here, Urshifu does only have like 70 base special defense, which Sylveon can easily switch into any like special attacks, especially like Focus Blast aimed at Urshifu. And Sylveon has like mad strong Hyper Voices, which has like good offensive typing synergy. Like Urshifu can U-turn out on a lot of guys and just Hyper Voice them, and they're just like, oh crap, I don't resist this, and they have to switch into their fire type or whatever, and then the rest of the team can really pick them apart because Urshifu and Sylveon can force switches so well in conjunction with one another by just hitting so hard. And yeah, that's really all I have to say about this pick. The steel types are still kind of a problem, especially if they're faster than maybe Urshifu, or if they have really potent bullet punches, kind of like Mega Scizor. But there is defensive-ish synergy and a little bit of offensive synergy from these two. We'll go to the next one, which is Celesteela. So, anything that you want to hit Mega Venusaur with, Celesteela will come in and resist it. Other than unless you hit it with a fire move that's strong enough to just completely collapse Mega Venusaur somehow. Volt Switch is normally the way to deal with these two, I guess. But Celesteela is a defensive behemoth that is insanely fat. It's so fat. And in conjunction with Venusaur, they're defensive powerhouses that kind of tear everything apart slowly. And if there's anything offensive picked up, even Celesteela can function as a potent sweeper. Same with Venusaur. But these two can really wreak havoc. They have great defensive synergy. They both have Leech Seed. They both, Celesteela specifically, has insane coverage. Venusaur has great defensive coverage. Alongside Celesteela, whose only super effective moves against it are resisted by Venusaur, and vice versa. So these two Pokemon are just so fat in conjunction with each other that it's really hard to decompose and break them down together.
Yeah, Celesteela Mega Venusaur is a really good defensive core. The only things that are going to be breaking through are really strong fire types, so yeah, this is a really good pick.
Yeah, very good pick from Benji on this round. And then we'll move on to King's second pick, which is Mega Diancie, who he wants to get rid of. Despite
I have no idea why.
Literally one of the best Megas. He's so added. He already asked me to trade it today. I'm not doing it because I don't wanna. I wanna make him use it and enjoy it. And if he doesn't, he can trade it week 4. But Mega Diancie, even though he's probably going to eventually get rid of it, is insanely powerful. It gets rocks. It has insane. It has great defense. It's 50, 110, 110. Great offensive potential on either end of the spectrum within itself. With
really great mixed attacking potential with Diamond Storm and Mystical Fire and all that stuff.
150, 150 in both offensive stats. And then it's just Moonblast, Mystical Fire. Does it have Power Gem? I forget.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it has complete sets on both ends of the spectrum now. It did get Body Press, so if you run Diamond Storm Body Press, that could be a fun little set. It kind of shreds through teams because it's got a good speed tier of 110, and those offensive stats and offensive typing with the straight up insane offensive coverage make it really difficult to switch into, so you want to remove this thing as fast as possible.
Also resists dark moves for Mew, so that's cool.
It also has the ability to set rocks for Mew, and has the ability to prevent rocks even going up on your side in the first place, so long as they're not a steel type setting up rocks like Metagross, which didn't get drafted, I don't think. But yeah, we'll move on to the next pick. Grimmsnarl Rillaboom. So you got Screens and Rillaboom. It's pretty much Screens and Terrain are really what you got these first two picks. Now Screens and bulk up Rillaboom sound, or Swords Dance Rules, my bad, sounds very
Demonic.
scary. Yeah, that sounds really, really scary to say the least. Especially since even now Grimmsnarl can Thunder Wave you, and then Rillaboom can click terrain boosted Wood Hammer instead of just Grassy Glide. And then it's like, okay, well now my 4 times resists are 2 hit KO'd instead. So yeah, these Pokemon work well together. They don't have any type synergy like at all. Their type synergy is atrocious, but their like actual Pokemon viability and like capabilities function incredibly well in conjunction with each other. And if you want to say anything, do you want to say anything more? I can move on to the next pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to say about that. Let's move on.
It's disgusting. We'll move on to Zapdos and Ferrothorn.
It's good defensively. Yeah. Really good defensively.
It gets blown back by fire, so but keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it basically covers all of Zapdos's, conventional weaknesses. It usually eats ice moves fine and resists rock, so... Yeah, I don't know. Offensively, it's Ferrothorn. I don't know.
Gyro Ball?
But yeah.
Body press.
Gyro Ball.
Body press.
I mean, Ferrothorn on its own is really good. Iron Defense, Body Press, gets Leech Seed. That's always annoying. The Zapdos can beat the Grass types that Ferrothorn can't Leech Seed. It's really good.
And then, on top of that, just like all of the hazards Ferrothorn sets allow for Zapdos to be a lot more comfortable in claiming KOs and forcing switches with Volt Switch. I find that really, really devastating as well, because if you Spike Stack, suddenly those grounds are getting 2 hit KO'd by Hurricane or 1 hit KO'd by Hurricane, and it's just like, oh crap, how do I switch into Zapdos now? So, there's a lot of utility from Ferrothorn and a lot of power from Ferrothorn that just sits right with Zapdos' strengths. All of these are Roland staple Pokemon. I don't know if Reuniclus it's nowhere near as his Staraptor staple, but did he draft this before?
He used it in Season 3 of Victory Road. I think, yeah. He also just loves Psychic types, so...
I've never used this Pokemon in my life. At least not in draft.
Yeah, I mean, it gets Magic Guard, and it can set up and just ruin your day, or be like... Regenerator with Assault Vest. That's usually what it does. It's really strong. If it sets up an Acid Armor, say goodbye. It gets good coverage as well. Focus Blast, gets like Energy Ball for waters that might trouble it.
Yeah, this Pokemon
so yeah,
it's pretty good. It also has Trick Room mode. Why does every team want Trick Room? I have no clue, but every team wants Trick Room, so... Yeah. Pokemon is potent in Trick Room with Calm Mindset, and it's got decent offensive and good defensive versatility with Magic Guard being able to pivot pretty nicely. Like, it has good pivoting abilities in Magic Guard and Regenerator. We'll move on to my pick. You can talk about this one.
Alright, Latios. I'm a really big fan of Coco Latios. They really cover each other. Defensively, it can finally beat Steels now with Mystical Fire. That's cool. Specs is gonna... It can deal with the ground types that Coco might struggle with like Specs Draco. Specs Draco can, like, murder your day, or it can murder you and ruin your day. So yeah. Yeah, it also has levitate for like absorbing earthquakes that Coco doesn't want to take. It's a good pairing. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, we'll move on to Leord's pick, which is Aegislash. Okay, this Pokemon is insane. I'll be the first to admit that this is the first pick of the draft that literally provides zero synergy between Pokemon at all. Like, these Pokemon share common weakness in like fire. Darm doesn't switch into anything. I guess maybe you switch Aegislash into fighting types, but like even then, fighting types get knocked off. But here's the thing: he drafted two incredible standalone Pokemon. Like, Aegislash is so good. This Pokemon will switch into half of everything. King Shield, Swords Dance, Specs, Ban, Nuke, kill you with like Spec Shadow Ball spam. In draft, it can even run Scarf, even though that's a terrible set. But it has great offense, great defense. It doesn't have any reliable recovery, but between Darm and Aegislash, the offensive pressure coming from this team is like a million. It's just the defensive utility and like variety this team has is garbage right now. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Cool.
defensively, L. Take the it gets an L for me, but like offensively, wow, this is like crazy. And Aegislash can like run Subtoxic. That's always a nightmare. And Darm can come in and just clean up what's left. It's really good.
Yeah, Darm is Darm, and Darm will always be Darm. These two have great synergy, and like offensively, it's just they literally have they have zero defensive workings with one another. So we'll see if he patches that up with his next pick. Reich. If you're a good
hi Reich.
Yeah, Reich is here. Whenever Reich is ready, he can talk. Just interrupt me or Starcode, I guess, if he's okay with it.
Yeah, it's fine.
And then the second to last pick of this round is Mega Bro. Kind of.
I love Mega Bro. It's so physically bulky. I mean, it's a good pivot, of course, with teleport.
And then on top of that,
Trick Room. This is the main Trick Room setter. Yeah, it's good.
Defensively, it supports Glastrier 8 incredibly well. Resists fire and fighting, and steel. It doesn't resist rock, but that's okay.
It's so bulky that it just eats most rock moves anyway. So
yeah, unless it's like freaking Mega Diancie Power Gem. Even then, it's freaking mega slow, bro. So this Pokemon is just so fat. It has calm mindset, so it can go on offense. It does get toxic down and worn down by rocks really easily through the loss of Regenerator, but that doesn't detract from the fact that it's like so bulky and fat, and it doesn't die ever. So even like the teleport utility or the Trick Room utility seems to be that direction Ember's headed in. This is definitely a great pick for him. Then we'll move on to the last pick of round 2. Hooray! The final pick of round 2. Togekiss. So with Dragapult, he has his Dragon and Fairy. He just needs to Steel to finish off that core now. Now, this resists Dragon, but it's also weak to Ice, which both Pokemon are now weak to. This doesn't exactly resist Ghost, but it's not like a huge problem. They don't really have great defensive synergy. They have okay ish offensive synergy. Really, I'm not sure how much I really like this, but the wish support from Togekiss is kind of nice, as well as the ability to just flinch down for a Dragapult win condition with like sub or DB or both.
Yeah, it also resists dark, as most fairies do for Dragapult. That's always helpful. If you get like Pursuit trapped or something, you can go out into Togekiss and then probably kill the dark type.
Yeah. They have okay synergy. It's just like by the time Dragapult's pursued, it's already taken like 25%, like 75%, and it's dying. So that's kind of sad. I don't really like the defensive synergy, but Togekiss does provide good offensive synergy. It's just the common ice weakness, and the fact that Togekiss doesn't resist Ghost kind of irks me a little bit, even if it does resist Dragon and Dark. So
yeah,
moving on to just the overarching round 2 picks. You can list them off. My throat is starting to get so scratchy.
Alright, so Tiller picked Mega Altaria, Charlie picked Mega Swampert, Paco picked Tapu Lele, I picked Garchomp, Kiwi picked Cinderace, Octius, or Sleepy Tiger picked Lando T, Danny picked Sylveon, Veggie picked Steela, King picked Mega Diancie, Morgana picked Grimmsnarl, Reich picked Ferrothorn, Roland picked Reuniclus, Colin picked Latios, Leor picked Aegislash, Ember picked Mega Bro, and Pharaoh took Togekiss.
Alright. So,
yeah.
We can
I've just joined the call as well.
Yeah. Hi, Reich.
Yeah, hey, Reich. Moving
Hey,
on
how's it
to
going?
round 3 then.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
3 people for round 3. So, we'll move on, and we have Corsola Galar to begin round 3. You guys want to talk about this while I go get some water really quick?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it's a very good defensive mon. I'll just say that much. This basically qualifies as an
I
ice
think,
resist, as long as you don't get knocked off. So,
Yeah.
right, if you wanna
Really good,
go.
just physical check. You're forming a nice defensive core here with Togekiss more specially defensively leaned. Galea and Corsa does really well with those physical offensive threats with Strength Sap, Will-O-Wisp and whatnot. And with Togekiss taking away that Dark weakness as well. A nice defensive core.
Yeah. Now I'll add my thing in. Still no Ghost Resist, which is kind of sad, but oh well.
Yeah, just be careful of ghosts.
Yeah. Mad weak to knock off right now. Even though Togekiss resist knockoff, Togekiss losing heavy duty boots kind of blows. Or losing that scarf. That all really sucks. So yeah. Galarian Corsola is a fun and interesting pick. I don't know about round 3, but at this point in the draft, I think drafting anything, unless it's like your tier 5, is pretty much okay.
It works.
Moving
Yeah,
on
let's
to
move
Umbreon.
on.
Okay, so it has this right off the bat. Synergizes with Slowbro very, very well because it switches into those Ghost and Dark type moves that Slowbro doesn't like eating. Now, this team still has no electric resist, so like strong T-bolts will 2 KO a lot of this team. Umbreon can eat majority of Pokemon's like raw T-bolts, even if it's stab like base 100. But this Pokemon, it does fall a little bit off against fighting types, but yeah, Slowbro covers it, so the team still has no removal, so it does get worn down by rocks pretty hard for a defensive fat team. Even with rocks, it kind of doesn't eat a whole lot really well as it stands, but it's still decent, like a strong defensive core. regardless, and it puts in a lot. It will put in a lot of work. I can see.
I think I agree. I think just the pairing, everyone obviously, biggest struggles here with fighting types, and just pairing that with Slowbro, I think is a really good pair. Wish passing as well is going to be great for keeping Glastrier and Slowbro healthy as well, if he wants to run a more offensive set. Slowbro. So, and a Cleric is very nice for getting rid of the Toxics on Slowbro.
And last year,
Yeah.
last year kind of doesn't like despite it being a much more offensive mon than Slowbro, last year still does not really like Toxic because it still has a massive amount of defensive utility with its great bow. So
Yeah, it doesn't like burns either, and Umbreon can help with that.
yeah. So let's move on to our next pick, which is Megalopony. We're seeing a trend. This team does not like synergizing defensively, but it loves synergizing offensively because this draft just hits everything so hard right now. Like, this team doesn't have switch-ins, but it's so susceptible to being swept and all that. But getting a sweeper or getting something that starts a sweep in against this team will be a nightmare because it's just I have Darnji, Aegislash, and freaking Megalopony doing 1,000,000 damage every time you want to put a Pokemon in my face.
I think a good thing here
Megalopony
too,
on its own is crazy.
I think Aegislash really covering those psychic types for Lopunny is really good here. Aegislash, I think, has Pursuit format, will help trap those psychics as well.
Yeah. And also Megalopony resists with Dark and Ghost, even if it is on the frailer end with 50, 70 something, 90, or I think it might be 50, 90, 90. That's still kind of frail because 50 HP is not good. But it does resist those hits. This team is still weak to fire. It still doesn't have a ground resist for Aegislash. And it doesn't really struggle with bulky waters because, Specs Aegislash will break bulky waters and pretty easily. So it does have very, very potent offensive synergy. It just has a little bit weaker defensive synergy. So if you guys want to move on, we can. If you want to say something else,
Yeah, I think we can.
okay. So you guys can talk about this one because this was my pick.
Doug Trio. Alright. Yeah, right, you can take this away.
Trapping Steals for Latios is going to be great to really allow it to come to its own. If you can remove Draco switch-ins with your Dugtrio, Latios is going to be putting in a lot of work. Particularly as well, common checks Tapu Koko include Nita King and Nita Queen. Being able to trap those with Dugtrio in a couple matchups will be really good for your Koko. Or just having a trapper to pair with two really big offensive threats is very good.
Yeah. It also just has the defensive utility of a toothpick, so this thing isn't gonna be switching into anything anytime soon. Even electric types, it doesn't really want to switch in. But just being able to trap steals for Latios and trap anything that isn't a flying type, which Koko also deals with, which is really good. So, yeah. It's bad defensively, of course, but offensively, I think it's worth it.
Okay.
Well, we don't want to overlook that Dugtrio, although we think it is just a trapper, it does also make quite a good revenge killer. So with an offensive team like this so far, even just having a fast mon to pick off remaining ones at low health is very useful.
you guys are ready to move on, we can move to the next slide.
Yeah.
Whimsicott. With like
I don't know how to
prankster
feel about
something.
Whimsicott, honestly. It's kind of weird to me. It's not strong, really, but you have a ton of utility. Like, Prankster Leech Seed is always fun. It's just not very strong. It's not particularly bulky either. It can pivot. It gets U-turn. I don't know. Yeah.
I think it's an interesting mon, depending on how you use it. Sometimes on an offensive-based team, this is the sort of utility you need to set up your sweeps. Either your taunting setup sweepers with Encore, either your defaulting Hazard's Away with Prankster. If you're versing a weather team, being able to remove their weather on that turn, very useful. Even setting up Memento with Whimsicott into a setup sweeper can be fairly useful. As a grass type and as a fairy type, it does fall a little short. As a sort of all-round utility mon on an offensive team, I think there is a little bit of value for Whimsicott.
Yeah, you have the Tailwind Memento for the Reuniclus, or you don't even need Tailwind for Reuniclus, you just throw off the Memento, nothing can outgo Reuniclus at -2, and then Reuniclus is free to Calm Mind or Acid Armor that turn. Staraptor appreciates the the Memento Tailwind, because then it's faster than everything, and then it just Brave Birds, or Close Combats, or Double Edges, and pretty much picks up a kill, unless they're White Herb, and then Memento does 0. But yeah, I think that's a good little offensive utility synergy going on between Whimsicott and the other two. It's just like, I would not be relying on this in my Fairy Steel Dragon or Firewater Grass Core as my sole grass or fairy type. So, yeah. We can move on to the next one. Okay, so Starcher, do you want to talk first about this one? I'll go second.
Well, Politoed. Politoed means rain, and basically only rain. Rain means hurricanes and thunders from Zapdos hit 100% of the time, which is great for offensive sets, and also Weather Ball. It also gives Ferrothorn. It makes Ferrothorn even better defensively because it mitigates the it weakens fire moves, so that's always cool. Politoed itself isn't outstanding or anything, but it gets some cool stuff. You know, it's a decent water type. Gets stuff like Encore. Yeah, it's cool.
I mean, like, if you look at Gen 5 Rain, even though it's definitely not the same as Gen 8 Rain, it has good offensive utility. It's not, like, super bulky, but it has a decent... Like, it has good special defense, good HP. It's kind of frail physically, but it has decent special attacking stats. It can Scald to burn physical attackers and literally make them useless versus Ferrothorn. Specs will do 1,000,000 in Rain because, you know, Rain Boosted Scald is Rain Boosted Scald, even off of a weaker Pokemon. But yeah, Politoed, while it's not like great in terms of offense, defense, it has okay viability in both actions, but its main role, which it does incredibly well in this scenario, is be like a cheaper Pelipper that supports Ferrothorn and Zapdos really well with adding Rain to their list, like boosting their capabilities in the Rain, respectively. And then, oh crap, oh no, yeah, this is one of like the scariest like 3 picks I could possibly imagine. You have freaking Rillaboom, Rillalucha with Screams, which is terrifying. I mean, like, It's like, how do you kill Rillalucha with screens? It's all physical, fortunately. So if you have like a Steelix or something that, like a really bulky ghost, like Aegislash, this team kind of does fall a little short because Rillaboom has to click freaking 95% accurate high horsepower, and Grimmsnarl needs to come in on a steel type, which is terrifying for it, and Hawlucha has to click Throat Chop, which is not one-hit KOing you.
I think as well, the thing with Hawlucha here, Hawlucha is great in many drafts, just coming in offensively, and if not prepped for, can get a lot of kills. But in draft format, I think particularly, there are ways to circumvent the burden boost, whether through phasing, whether you're running Fling, whether you're running Sticky Barb. There is a few ways to check Hawlucha.
Yeah. I think Hawlucha does fall a little bit short in a lot of scenarios when you're in draft, especially compared to ladder. There's a reason it's tier 2, not tier 1, and that's because it does have a little bit of lacking offensive stats, like 89 or something, right? With like base attack, which is kind of garbage, but after Swords Dance, and it's basically like Unburden after Swords Dance, and like +1 defense, it becomes a little bit hard to kill, and it hits like a freaking truck. And then after that, it also gets that boosted acrobatics, which is kind of fun for it. Rillaboom will boost its defense, which I would say is arguably a little bit worse because Hawlucha's weak to stuff like Fairy, Psychic, Electric, Flying, all that stuff. So, yeah. But this team is still terrifying. Hawlucha behind screens, or Hawlucha in general, is still terrifying. Grimmsnarl still hits hard. Rillaboom still hits hard. There's no denying this team has great offensive synergy and a little bit of defensive synergy, and also just that screens Lucha. So, do you guys want to move on to the next slide?
Yeah.
All right. King is here. I don't know if he wants to talk or not, but he's here.
I'm here. I'm like just dropping in for a couple minutes. I'll be going in like soon.
Okay. So we'll move on to King's pick. So he doesn't get to talk. But a stack is Haka. So Trick Room, he has 2 rock types in his first 3 picks, and I didn't pick a rock type until my last pick. So does Stack Attack get rocked? Just wondering.
I'm almost certain.
I think it does.
It'd be weird if it didn't.
Attack is like Trick Room guy with got a lot of. It has so much defense. It's a good rock setter. It's got crappy defensive typing, but it has defenses to make up for said crappy defensive typing. With Mew, I don't really know how well this energizes with Mew, but it does have its fighting weakness reduced. This team is mad weak to ground, dude.
I'm dropping Diancie. I'd just like to point that out. I think everyone knows that at this point.
Yeah.
Did I mention that at some point?
Yeah, but Stack Attack and Diancie both weak to rock. In case you are wondering, he's dropping Diancie for Gyarados, which doesn't fix his ground type weakness. And he also gets an even worse fighting type weakness. But whatever. So we can continue. I mean, it's not like the Stack Attack is not a bad pick, but the rest of his team isn't really Trick Room oriented. Like, Mew doesn't really like Trick Room. It can be in Trick Room, but it doesn't really like Trick Room. And Diancie just freaking hates Trick Room. Like, the general existence of Trick Room. Like, even to Mega Gyarados, it is a burden to run Trick Room with those Pokemon, because Gyarados wants to sweep with Dragon Dance, and 80 is not a speed you run with Trick Room, and neither is 100 really. So, and like with Gyarados, you can't even run like Iron Ball. So unlike like Iron Ball Mew, you can't even run Iron Ball Gyarados or Diancie. They're both just flawed. I feel like getting a Trick Room setter for this team is kind of whack.
I think if King is planning to run a very offensive team here, having Stack Attacker that can sort of, I guess, on paper discourage other teams from bringing Trick Room could maybe be useful, as long as just having a solid rocker. But yeah, I agree, the fit is a little bit...
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, a tier 2 for your anti-Trick Roomer when you could get freaking a Scavalier as a tier 4, it seems a little bit odd, because, like, anti-Trick Room, you kind of just want a low-tier Pokemon that discourages Trick Room, and a Scavalier would be a great example of that. So unless he's planning on drafting more Trick Room Pokemon in his upcoming picks, I feel like this is more detrimental than beneficial to what he's decided to pick up. Alright, Regieleki on the defensive team. Who wants to start with this one? I feel like
It's Regieleki, man.
Honestly,
I don't know.
it's the fast
well,
guy.
It's honestly a weird fit.
Venusaur is slow, and Celesteela is usually slow. It can sweep with Autonomize, but Regieleki is crazy fast. It's weak to ground, but Venusaur and Celesteela cover that really easily. Offensively, Venusaur beats grounds that it doesn't like, obviously. Celesteela also does well. So, like, offensively it does well. Defensively, it's like a paper bag. It's not really a defensive mon, but it can, like, set up screens. It's also a spinner, which is cool. So, yeah.
I feel like Regieleki's here just like, yeah, I'm faster than you. I think that's the only reason it's here. It's just like, oh yeah, now you have to prep for 200 speed tier Pokemon that can run freaking Specs Thunderbolt and kill you instantaneously.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the thinking here is that Regieleki forces you to bring a ground that he hopes that Celesteela can then set up on. But yeah, the fit here is just a bit odd.
Kind of like
You got such an offensive Frailmon slapped on to a defensive team, so yeah, odd fit.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but you know, I'm sure he can make it work, especially with like how what he mentioned when he picked it up. He's like, yeah, I can make screens. Like screens, Venusaur is actually impossible to kill. Like pretty much impossible. Nothing will 2-hit KO it under screens, unboosted. And even if they're sweeping, a lot of Pokemon have to get to +2 to outspeed Regieleki. Like, base 116 Pokemon, I'm pretty sure, make it run Timid and it's still faster. So, this Pokemon kind of crushes those speed tiers that Venusaur and Celesteela failed to hit. And it's like, okay, now you have to prep for this mad fast Pokemon versus these two slow ass Pokemon. So we'll move on to Swampert, which has no other Pokemon. I don't know why. So I forgot to put the rest of his slide on, I suppose. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't really remember the rest of this. I'm gonna be honest, because I had to put a lot of slides in. Let me go check out what the rest of his team is.
It's Urshifu and Sylveon.
Okay, this is yeah, no grass resist yet, which is kind of whack. This is a weird Pokemon for this team. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it appreciates the wish support from Sylveon, and I guess it can slow pivot into Urshifu, but like, it's massively flawed in the fact that it has the exact same speed tier as Sylveon. And then, like,
I think defensively, those steel and fire types that Sylveon doesn't like. would be nice here, but again, I think there could have been better waters to pair with Sylveon and Urshifu.
Yeah. Because like the Swampert it doesn't really have any defensive utility with this team. It's kind of weird because Fairy, Dark, and Fighting are really off-put from Water and Ground. So I feel like this pick is made for like his future picks, not this pick. It's more building in advance than it is building in the present. Or he was counterpicking King, I don't know. So, Starto, do you want to say anything yet?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Manaphy. Yeah. This doesn't get Z Rain Dance, which kind of weakens it because we banned Z's for tier 1s. At the end, we can talk about Z's, but we'll stay in the present for now. Manaphy kind of whack-ish with Charizard Y because Sun will weaken your what are they? Your water type moves. But Gold is still okay because you can burn stuff. This doesn't resist the other Charizard Y does resist grass very nicely for this, and this also gets Energy Ball for like chipping away bulky waters that Charizard Y can't easily beat. This is also an Ice Resist for Landorus. And also on top of that, Landorus is immune to Electric. So defensively, a lot is added with the addition of Manaphy, but the thing is, Manaphy's not a defensive Pokemon by nature, but base 100 can make it work. And also with Scald, it can really ease a lot of pressure off of Landorus. I feel like Vaporeon probably could have been stuck in its place and done the job a lot better, because it would just be cooking Flip Current instead of Weakened Scalds, and then Wish Passing to Lando. But I still think this is a good pick, because it has the defensive utility of like a bulky-ish water, but it has offense to go in conjunction with the other two. It does have the same speed tier as Charizard Y, but I don't think this is a terrible pick.
I think I sort of agree at that point. I think if we look over the fact that Sun will actually weaken Manaphy's water types moves, I could definitely see Manaphy putting in a little bit of a nice role here. As you said, weakening down waters that Charizard doesn't quite like, fire types. With something like Ice Beam or Fairy coverage, even chipping down occasionally at Dragons that Charizard doesn't like. And the defensive synergy here too is pretty good.
Yeah, I
So,
like
a little bit of an
Manaphy and
unconventional pick on
Landorus
Sun.
together.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat synergy going on here. It's just like Charizard does weaken the water moves. I feel like that's just the main drawback, but Charizard would do that to any water type, and the water type was definitely needed for this team. So, Manaphy fits fine. And it still has Tail Glow, so it's like after a Tail Glow, it's a 2x boost, and it's a nasty plot boost instead of a Tail Glow boost, which isn't a huge difference.
I think here too, like, it's going to be up for 5 turns, including the turns that Charizard is in. So, in reality, Manaphy may only need to survive 2 or 3 turns of Sun. If it sets up a Tail Glow, it can definitely figure out the Sun.
Yeah. So, we'll move on to the next one. Whoever want to lead with Draco Wish, that you can lead with talking about Draco Wish and how versatile and
Big
not
Vish,
one-dimensional
my
it is.
man. Alright, well, right off the bat, I can say that this does not help with beating bulky waters at all. But it's Dracovish. Click one button Mon as you do. Yeah, I mean, Jirachi can weaken stuff down with flinches, and then Dracovish can come in and then finish it off.
Dracovish just
Uh,
to clean up.
So I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like the Jirachi synergy with both these Pokemon because it's just like, yeah, these Pokemon can't, like, Dracovish can OHKO stuff on its own, but it needs a little bit of chip beforehand. Jirachi provides those rocks and Iron Head flinches to really let Cinderace and Dracovish clean up or pick off kills that are important. Fish's Rend is broken, Fish's Rend will be broken, and Fish's Rend will continue to be broken. It's just like water absorb Pokemon or Pokemon that like can eat an Outrage and Fish's Rend kind of beat Dracovish, and it's like the rest of Keely's team doesn't particularly deal well with the Pokemon that deal well with Dracovish already. I mean, there's not a whole lot for Right to say because it's freaking Dracovish.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah.
Fish.
Okay, we'll move on to a much less one-dimensional pick. We got the Gengar pick. So I love how Startoad picked like the generic faces of every gen. He picked freaking Gen 4 Garchomp, Gen 2 Scizor, and like Gen 1 Gengar. But getting past that fact, Gengar is very, very good. It has great coverage, good speed tier, decent defensive typing, even if its defensive stats are shit, admittedly. This team doesn't have a ground resist yet, but Scizor can eat most ground moves with relative ease, and on top of that, like Gengar just does stuff. it just kills. It has Focus Sash, Scarf, Specs, great coverage. It has that Sludge Wave, Shadow Ball, Focus Blast. It has Will-O-Wisp, right? It has Trick. I know that. It can cripple walls for the other two really nicely.
Taunt, Disable.
Yeah. It has those utility moves. It can break through walls, especially the physical walls that can kind of beat Scizor and Garchomp. Even if they're few and far between, that beat those other two. Garchomp, like, Gengar definitely covers that small pool of Pokemon that they can't beat. So, if you want to say...
Also, just having Scizor to bring in Gengar, I think Gengar struggles with getting onto the field safely, and having such a reliable U-turner like Scizor, getting slow turn into Gengar will help him a lot.
Yeah. I really like this pickup. It's a very, very good pickup for Startoad. I think it works very well synergistically, offensively, specifically with the other two. And I really like this pick for him. So, Paco picks another broken Mon. He doesn't miss, or he hasn't missed yet at least, with his pick. A couple people missed this round. Not like miss, but like a couple people haven't. Their first two picks to their third pick was a drop. But this is not a case because Torntea is a great Pokemon. I have never used Torntea, so you guys will have to talk about it.
Torntea is a phenomenal Mon, particularly with Nasty Plot this gen. It really takes it to another level, particularly with heavy duty boots as well. The speed tier is fantastic. Starting your team off with a 150 like Alakazam, and bridging that gap with something at 121, it's fantastic. You could potentially say he doesn't have any real steel breakers currently, but I think if you have a chance to pick up Tennis, you gotta do it. Really good. It can be a good stall breaker with things like Taunt, but just being able to pivot in and out with Regenerator with such good coverage. This is a good pickup.
On the topic of not being able to break steals, I just wanted to say that Lele and Alakazam both get Focus Blast, and then Torntea gets Heat Wave and Focus Blast. So The coverage.
They do, but do you wanna try and risk a focus blast?
No, but you'll use heat wave. I would use heat wave. If you don't use heat wave, I don't blame you because it can miss for some reason. But heat wave is definitely there on this Pokemon. This team does have relative difficulty at breaking steals, but it's freaking Tapu Lele setting Psychic Terrain for Mega Alakazam. And then Mega Alakazam uses Expanding Force and 2 hit KOs resists.
That's actually a good thing too. I actually overlooked is with Psychic Terrain, Taunty can worry less about Ice Shards, which occasionally he has to worry about in matchups against potentially like a Memo or a Weavile. It's very nice to be able to mitigate those.
Yeah. Startoad, do you have anything to say for this?
No. It's just I don't like fighting Corn-T very much. It's obnoxious.
Very good Pokemon that doesn't die ever. Okay. Pelipper. The other Rain team. The Rain Team Dose.
I felt bad because
Why?
I believe Charlie really wanted Politoed, and I knew he really wanted Politoed, but I wanted Politoed, so I'm sorry, Charlie.
No, you don't
You got Pelipper here, arguably the better range.
Don't apologize. He took your Swampert. You guys were like shooting guns at each other. You took his Pelipper and he took your Swampert. Or you took his Politoed and he took your Swampert. But yeah, Pelipper provides a little bit of defensive utility to this team. I don't know if it it provides rain, obviously, which is like why it's here. And it has the defensive utility. It's immune to ground. There's a lot of defensive pressure on Swampert right now, but it's only 3 picks in, and Rain teams get exponentially better with every pick. Especially since right now we're in the phase of picking the water and electric / flying types for Rain. But Reich is the Rain expert, so he can explain it instead of me, because I suck at using Rain.
I find Pelipper is always a really good pick with Swampert. Definitely Swampert being that electric immunity to Pelipper. Also, Pelipper having Hurricane to be able to potentially lure in grasses to help weaken them for Swampert is really good. Having the momentum with U-Turn is really good. And a big thing to remember with Rain, particularly with something like Swampert and Thundy as your Rain abusers, he does not necessarily need Rain up all the time, with Swampert being such a bulky defensive Pokemon. Do not be surprised if you see offensive Pelippers. Specs, Scarf, for instance, are quite good. Overall, the synergy is good. You're activating the Swift Sim with Swampert. You're allowing Thundurus to go for Thunder, much stronger move. Overall, good. This also adds a Defogger to try and remove that roll from Thundy. So, as Rain teams go, this is a fairly solid pick.
Startoad has used Rain before. I know he has because
I have.
Him. If you have anything to say, you can say it now, I guess.
Yeah, I think Reich said everything, basically. Pelipper, Swampert, pretty good, 9 out of 10.
Not 10 out of 10? Alright.
I mean, you're still kind of weak to grass, but...
Well, he has Thunderous Eye, so... Well, actually,
yeah, it's fair.
Weakish to grass. Oh well, we can continue. Obstagoon. Pick 3 Obstagoon.
I love Obstagoon. I've never used it, but I love Obstagoon.
I have used Obstagoon. This Pokemon is, he kills stuff. Guts Facade is a nuke. Obstruct is a great move. Guts prevents you from getting toxic. What you'll find happening a lot of the time, though, is that Obstagoon will actually get killed by its Guts, because it has great bulk action. Actually, in Obstagoon 1v1'd my Garchomp in one league, and I was just amazed because freaking Obstagoon have 90, 100, 100 defenses. normal Dark is not a trash defensive typing. It's not great, but it's okay, especially with Altaria on this team, resisting fighting. It does benefit Obstagoon a lot. And Obstagoon, while it doesn't provide anything defensively, this thing can break so hard. Like, pretty much any offensive team welcomes Obstagoon. It's like a breaker that's not freaking Melmetal with base 30 speed. That's the main benefit of Tiller having it, really, I would say.
I think, yeah, just having the wall breaking power of just both Melmetal and Obstagoon to wear down things for Altaria is already a bit of a sidebar to behold. So I'm pretty keen to see how the rest of these offense is really going to start shaping together, as well as the support for these mons. If he can find ways to get mons to bring Obstagoon and Melmetal in, I think this will be a good pickup.
I want to say something, even though we're already three picks in. I want to say that everybody's team style is really clear cut, pretty much. Pharaoh's offense, Ember's pure fat. Layer's offense, I'm offense. Roland is utility offense, support-ish offense. Reich is Rain, Morgana's offense, Screen's offense specifically. King is something. That's the only one that I have no clue what he's doing. He picked up Stack Attack around 3 with a base 80/110 Pokemon and a base 100. Danny picked up Swampert, so he's got good balance going. Actius has good Sun-ish as well as good just raw offense. Kiwi's offense, Startoad's offense. Paco is offense. Charlie's Rain and Tiller's offense / Trick Room. Eventually, probably. So, Right, do you want to just go through the picks really briefly? You don't really have to explain them. Just give the sign. So yeah. Pharaoh got Corsola, Ember got Umbreon, Leo got Megalop, I got Doug Trio, Roland got Whimsicott, Reich got Politoed, Morgana got Halucha, King got Stakataka, Benji got Regieleki, Danny got Swampert, Actius got Manaphy, Kiwi got Dracovish, Startoad got Gengar, Paco got Tornty, Charlie got Pelipper, and Tiller got Obstagoon. Moving on. Tiller got Speed. That's terrifying. And he also got a special attack. So
he also has another fighting resist. Oh boy.
And he also has an ice resistant Melmetal, which is an incredibly good ice resist. So the fact that Melmetal resists ice, and then he has 2 fighting resists, 2 fire resists, and now he has a actual ground resist that is always a ground resist 100% of the time is really nice. And also, this is the first pure special attacker on Tiller's team. Altaria can run either, but this Noivern pretty much exclusively runs Boom Burst, Hurricane, Draco if it's offensive.
It also gets defog, so Altaria doesn't have to be a sole defogger anymore.
Yeah. With boots.
Boots are always helpful. Yeah.
So, this Pokemon is it provides a lot of what Tiller didn't have before. It's a great tier 3 pickup for him because he didn't have a lot of things, and then Noivern came in and fulfilled a lot of things he was lacking. Double Dragon is always a little bit whack, but when you have Melmetal, I don't think it's that big of an issue, despite most dragons getting Earthquake. Melmetal's fat enough to really circumvent the pressure that it receives. I mean, there is no Wish Passer for Melmetal, so if Melmetal has to sit through a prolonged game, or if this team has to sit through a prolonged game, it's going to get worn down really bad because Obstagoons is dying by guts, and then Noivern is tanky, but it's not insanely tanky. Altaria will probably be fine, but Melmetal has no recovery, so wish support for Melmetal or Obstagoon would be pretty nice in coming rounds for Tiller probably, but overall a great pick for him. I don't like talking about Registeel. If someone else wanna...
Oh, I've been swept by this thing too many times. Yeah, I'll talk about it. Registeel is really, really good. Yeah, so Rain helps it a lot, helping with that fire weakness. It's weak to fighting still and ground, but Pelipper's there and Thundy, so that's not a super big deal. It can go either physically defensive or specially defensive with like iron defense, body press, or just seismic toss. Both of those are pretty reliable. Gets rocks up pretty reliably too. Yeah, Registeel is really solid.
I think one thing to consider here is Registeel can be a bit of a momentum drainer at times, on particularly if Charlie's trying to run a more offensive Rain. If he's looking for a Rain where he doesn't necessarily need his weather up, Registeel is a very good pick. I think Registeel being such good ice resist too, ice being a little bit of a problem for Rain at times, I think is really good. But also dealing with some of those offensive grasses that Thundy really doesn't want to try and deal with that much. I think this could be a really good pick if he makes sure he has some other mons to ensure that Registeel doesn't sap too much momentum.
I would say this Pokemon, just like kind of the last team, a lot of teams are going to snap under pressure. This team probably a little bit less, but Thundurus, Swampert, and Registeel, like specifically Registeel and Swampert, is because Swampert, while not a defensive centerpiece, does sometimes have to rely on its bat without being able to switch in multiple times. Like Registeel can switch in multiple times, but over the course of the game, it has no way to get back into the fight outside leftovers. So I think Wish Pass for specifically Registeel and Swampert on this team would be really helpful. Like the only reason I'm bringing up the prolonged games for the last two teams is because specifically Melmetal, Obstagoon, Registeel, and Swampert, those four do end up relying on their bulk like a small amount of the time. So, or in Registeel's case, the whole time, but the other three do also really appreciate a way to recover a large amount of health all at once. Moving on to Toxapex. I've never had a lot of problem with Toxapex in draft.
Regen core.
Yeah, well, his regen cores are weak to electric, but it's still there. And it's still
a bit
very
weird
deadly.
with psychic terrain, but I mean, it's not a super big deal. It's probably dying to most psychics anyway, so.
It's freaking Toxapex, what do you say? It just sits there, and then once it gets close to dying, it's gone. It's not there anymore. And then it comes back, and it's not close to dying anymore. And then the cycle repeats until you have no Pokemon left.
I love Toxapex. I've used it a couple times. It doesn't die. It's one of the best waters. You will get T-Spikes up most games if you really want them to be up. Being able to knock off things as they come in is also pretty good. Having a Hazer as well is pretty good. Right, the fit with the Psychic is a bit weird. Yeah, your regen core's weak to electric, but again, Toxapex, his first four mons are all incredibly solid. I think he's got a decent base to really build off currently. He's got some bulk, he's got speed, he's got offense. So interesting pick. I think it still can fit with the team, despite a couple of sort of overlaps and things.
I don't think it's like a weird overlap. I feel like once he picks up a ground type, this team becomes 10 times scarier. Like instantly, no matter what ground type it is. Because the instant he picks up a ground type, you have to play 50-50s with Toxic Pets, which is never fun. Moving on to Startoad. Again, with Slowking. This is a Pokemon that can Trick Room and can also teleport into freaking Gengar and Scizor and Garchomp and set up stupid Future Sight for Scizor to U-turn on you, and so darts can't switch in, and you click U-turn and do a million, and then the Future Sight bonds you. So even if you switch in a Steel, unless your Steel is like Metagross, which is neutral to U-turn, you're taking a million. This Pokemon in Mega Scizor is so threatening.
Just also seeing on those fire types that Scizor doesn't enjoy. It's really good. This one sticks around a lot.
Yeah, regen's really nice with Scizor.
Getting Gold Burns too. Also getting another Ice Resist for Chomp. Yeah, I think this is a really good pick. Particularly for round 4. Picking up a round 4, I think is the right spot for it.
Yeah. I think this really works because you teleport in your offensive threats. You got Future Sight, which pairs massively with Scizor. Water typing is something this team desperately wanted, and now it has it. And Psychic types, just nice to have as a fighting resist as well. Is weak to Shadow Ball and Earthquake still, but that's something that can be fixed rather easily in the upcoming rounds. Mega Sable. Okay, so what this does perfectly is fix the defensive gap that this team has had for the past 3 rounds. Jirachi and Sableye, big ass threat of a defensive core. Jirachi resists Sableye's one weakness and then flinches something to death. It's terrifying and beautiful at the same time, really. Cinderace is nice because you just U-turn into Sableye all the time. Dracovish is just like the instant this can come in on bulky waters and reverse their toxic onto them. So, this beats bulky waters to a degree unless it's like Calm Mind Suicune, which didn't get drafted. So this Pokemon is terrifying because, unless your bulky water has setup potential, this team will be able to dispatch your bulky water now because of Sableye. If you guys want to say anything, feel free, or I'll keep going.
Probably keep going. I think you summed it up pretty nicely there.
Yeah.
And it also prevents rocks going up for Cinderace, so Cinderace doesn't always have to run Core Change, or Jirachi doesn't always have to run rocks itself, which is always nice. So, I think it would be fun to move on from this. Venomoth. So this is a weird pick, and until Acmeus gets a rock resist, this team is going to look a little bit shaky.
Venomoth is a cool mon, but I don't know if it should have been drafted this early. I've always wanted to use it, early. But yeah. I mean, it can Quiver Dance Sweep, that's always a threat. With Tin and Lens, it's really scary. Plus, it's just a lot of the same speed tier. Like, it's all 90 to 100 so far, which isn't fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing that Venomoth brings is the fact that it's a speed boosting sweeper versus a wall breaker. with Mana Fee. Or Rock Polish Lando, which has to use multiple moves to set up a sweep. This Pokemon can kind of just click Quiver Dance, and then suddenly it's a massive threat. And the rest of the team, consisting of Wall Breakers, really benefits a sweeper like Venomoth with Tinted Lens being able to break through resists. Not with ease, but somewhat easily. And like the bug typing being on this team this early seems kind of sus, but it's nothing bad, I don't think, because you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 more picks to make to patch up that rock weakness and to support this Venomoth a little bit more properly than you already have, as well as fix up the shaky speed tier. We can go on to Danny. I helped Fire Warrior in Victory Road Season 3. This mon is a beast. it will help with the weather matchups with Reich, Charlie, and eventually Tiller. With Cloud9 being accessible on wish sets now, I'm pretty sure. The fighting, like the defensive core between Licky and Sylveon is nice. Still no grass resist for Swampert, so Swampert still seems like an odd mon out, unfortunately. And then Shifu does not really have much synergy with Licky other than them being both weak to fighting and both resisting ghosts. But this Pokemon has nice synergy with Sylveon. It gives him double Wish Pass, which is nice. Having more than one Wish Patcher, this gives him a rocker out of Swampert, so Swampert can run AV a little more properly. And I don't really have much to say. It has great coverage. It can kill mons by just being there and being so bulky and fat that it just doesn't die often. It just Wish Passes to itself and talks you to death, or clicks a move to hit a specific Pokemon or two that come in on it and set up.
I feel like Sylveon and Licky might be a little bit redundant, but Sylveon can always just run offensive sets, so yeah.
Yeah, freaking spec Sylveon killing everything. Also, Sylveon's a Z Pokemon, so I don't think it's that bad of a little bit of an overlap, even though there definitely is an overlap there. I also don't like how Licky overlaps defensively with her Shifu for Licky being a defensive Pokemon, but I guess we still have 8 more picks, really. That can be said for a lot of the draft so far. Moving on to Benji. Anyone else want to talk about this Pokemon?
He's picked up some more fat. It's Blissey. I'm very glad this generation got some more utility with teleport. It really helps in trying to prevent this mon from being just set up on. This thing obviously just walls any sort of special attackers. The wall coverage between Celesteela, Venusaur, and Blissey will take pretty much any special fire type attack hits that Celesteela and Venusaur don't usually like. It's bulky. It's its first rocker on the team is really good. The ability to pass wishes into Celesteela and Venusaur is going to be really appreciated. This is looking like a very fat team.
And then there's also Regieleki.
And Regieleki
can always just teleport into Regieleki. Yeah.
And then they switch in their grab type and you cry. So, it's just like obese team. This team is so fat that it will never die because Blissey will teleport into Venusaur and they're like, crap, I can't use my fighting type anymore. Infernape. Yeah, another reason for Stack Attacker to not be on this team. Infernape hates Trick Room as well. So if we ignore Stack Attacker, this is a good pick.
I love Infernape. It is such a good offense. The ability to run special, mixed, physical subsets. It's really good. Very good offensive mon. I think the unpredictability that both Mew and Infernape possess make it really hard for both of them to be prepped for. Mew and this new Mega Gyarados coming in can sort of help against some of the Psychics that might want to come in against Infernape. Infernape breaking some of the darks that Mew doesn't like gives more momentum. I think, yeah, overall Infernape is a fantastic Pokemon to pick up on any offensive team.
So I just want to say that the major flaw that I'm seeing with this team right now is that, like, you have two Pokemon that are super, like, 3D, Infernape and Mew, and then you have Gyarados, Mega, and Stack Attacker. Stack Attacker's trash on this team, first of all. And then Gyarados is fulfilling a role
It is a very odd.
Yeah. And then Gyarados is picking up the physical sweeper role, which is reducing Infernape's unpredictability because, you know, you're bringing two physical sweepers, which is weird. This team has no defensive utility outside of Mew. I guess you can run bulky Infernape, but that's like you bring that one out of like 10 weeks. So it's just like this team is kind of weird because Stack Attack is a trash pick for this team specifically. Everything else is fine, but Gyarados is picking up a role that detracts from Infernape and Mew.
I think one thing I also didn't say, Mew doesn't like steals. Infernape loves steals. He'll set up on them. He'll break them apart. Which is another thing I probably overlooked there too.
It's also his Z Pokemon.
Yeah,
which is
Pokemon.
Crazy.
Freaking Stack Attack is bothering me so much, dude. Why is Stack Attack here?
Stack Attack is an odd pick, but I think I'm looking forward to this Infernape pick because I've used Infernape once, I think in 8 games I got 17 kills with it. So I'm very keen to see what he can do with Infernape here.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad draft. Just like full disclosure, I'm not judging this and saying, yeah, your draft is trash. I'm saying Stack Attack is weird. I suck at using this Pokemon. I might be the worst Mega Mawile user in like of all time, actually. I still love this Pokemon, but it's probably better for someone who doesn't suck at using this Pokemon to talk about it.
I've used it a couple times. I like getting kills with it. Do you want to start, Toad? Do you want to start off?
No, you can go, right.
Okay, look, Mawile on a lot of teams is really good. On a team that really encourages setup, you've got Rillaboom with grassy terrain, reducing the power of ground type moves, giving Mawile a little bit of recovery. Really nice. Grimmsnarl with screens to hopefully get Mawile in safely is really nice. Oluchi to break steals for Mawile is really nice. The one big thing probably here is this team currently doesn't do very well against fire types, which can be one of Mawile's big banes. If you look at Mawile as just a pure wall breaker though, luring in steals and breaking them down can also be good for Rillaboom later in the game. But the momentum on this team, the screens on this team, look promising for Mawile, but they do need something to deal with those fire types.
Yeah, I think the fires are a big problem for this team right now. Also, something to mention for Mega Mawile is the fact that it is so good for Hawlucha because it forces sacks so easily that it might cause panic sacks for the Pokemon that Hawlucha has to have dealt with to get sweeping. So, yeah. Starto, do you want to say anything? Or no?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's Mega Mawile. With screens up, it's gonna be really hard to take down, and with the grassy terrain as well, it's really good.
Okay. Dragonite. Okay. So, we have Dragonite. Multi-scale. I've never used Dragonite in my entire life. Like, actually, I don't think I've even made a ladder team with Dragonite ever. I know it has multi-scale Dragon Dance with boots now, but, like, I just have no knowledge of this Pokemon. So, Starchud, do you want to say something? Because I have no clue what to
This
say.
is like... this is like the Dragon Dance mon, basically. So yeah, with multi-scale, you just set up turn 1 usually. And then it gets a lot, it's a really versatile mon. It gets a lot of moves, Earthquake, Extreme Speed, etc. It can also go special, it can surprisingly bulky, you can run like Toxic and stuff. And if you want to go like hyper offensively, it gets like weakness policy. I use that a lot on ladder, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I think this is a alright fit. It's a bit weak to ice. Like this team is a bit weak to ice at the moment, but we'll see if it gets a bit better.
Politoed resists ice. He doesn't have Pelipper.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Right,
That's
right.
true.
You're still right. You're still right. This is kind of weak to ice because Politoed wants to stay on the field for as little time as possible to maximize rain turns for the rest of the team.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, next pick is
I
Rabombi.
probably won't comment on my own draft, but the first time I get to use Dragonite, pretty happy to use it. Alright, Rabombi. Great web setup.
I love this pick for Staraptor. This whole team is pretty much built around supporting Staraptor. And then Reuniclus is just there if Staraptor fails. That's how I feel about this.
Essentially, I think Rabombi being also be one of the best web setters because it also is a very decent offensive fairy. Has Quick Dance, it's got Sleep Powder. It's a good mon to again support Staraptor. Any team appreciates webs, but something as good as a Wall Breaker as Staraptor with webs is a nice combo. So yeah, I think this is a decent pick. You are overlapping on your fairies. You have two fairies that aren't great at being fairies, but on such an offensive team like this, it may be okay. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Double support fairy. That's what I'm seeing. You have Wims and Rabombi as dual support for fairy types. Like, I don't. It's like you add half a fairy and half a fairy, you get one whole fairy. That's how I feel about this right now. They fulfill the role. Rabombi fills the role of an offensive fairy really, really well. It does not fill the role of defensive fairy at all. This team has no defensive fairy, but it has fairies. Like Whimsicott doesn't really fulfill a role in terms of typing. It's kind of like no type. Like if you use Burn Up, I guess it has strengths and weaknesses. But you might as well just use it as full-on support regardless of what's happening. Rabombi, on the other hand, you want to make full advantage of typing. I think Rabombi's really nice for specifically Staraptor. It doesn't really benefit Reuniclus at all. Reuniclus is kind of getting shafted in support terms, but Staraptor's really loving these picks. We'll move on.
Superior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like
Well,
this
it deals with ground.
I like that. I also really like Dugtrio paired really well with Superior here, trapping those steals and those fire type Superior doing quite like. Superior, a lot of grasses that resist Superior don't actually like being in with Superior. Superior can still set up on them, and with the hidden powers can actually do some damage to them. So it deals with ground, deals with grasses for Coco, which it really likes. Dugtrio sort of removes some of Superior's checks, and Superior provides a really nice speed tier as well, so can give glare support.
Latios
as well
also
like,
can deal with the yeah, sorry. Latios can also deal with the poison types that might threaten Superior out.
Last.
Yeah, I like this pairing. I think this looks good.
Alright, you guys ready to move on? Or
Yeah, I'm.
alright, we can move on to Porygonzi. Okay, I love Porygonzi. This is a Z Pokemon for Leor. It gets the Z conversion. It does Z conversion-y things, and it clicks Tri Attack. Or one or the other. This Pokemon is really funky. Yet again, we're seeing Leor's lack of regard for his team's defensive synergy and really going 100% in with his offense. It has 3 fighting weaknesses, no fire resist still, but he has 4 nukes.
I think as well, normal spam between a Lopunny and a Porygon Z is actually fairly scary because you think to bring a Steel or you think to bring a Ghost or a Rock, and Lopunny is going to break through them anyway. And that allows something like Porygon Z to sort of clean up a game later on. So I actually don't mind a bit of normal spam, particularly between those 2 mons. I think that adds a lot of an interesting element to his offense, which I'll be looking forward to see how he uses it.
At this point, I think we might as well just ignore the defensive synergy of Leor's team because he clearly doesn't really care about it, but his offense is incredible. So I think instead of really looking at the pretty like lackluster defensive capabilities of his team, we should just analyze the power of it, because it has that in the 1,000. It has that by the 10-fold, really. So I'll go next Pokemon. Amoonguss. You know, we're just building on the fat from here. I think we're starting to see some more cemented directions from specifically Ember and Benji. Their teams are very, very fat.
Yeah, Amoonguss is nice here. He has now has an electric resist, which is nice. Another fighting Twitchin, which is great. Also nice, a fairy Twitchin. Doesn't super benefit from Trick Room with the Slowbro, but it's an Amoonguss, it regens out, it stays alive, you get the Spore off, get some momentum. Yeah, just some more fat.
Yeah, it's not something he needed, but he felt like it anyways. I like this typing though for him, especially giving him Regenerator. Like a Regenerator Pokemon, in as good as Amoonguss is really, really nice for this team because, you know, freaking Amoonguss gets that electric, forces the switch, and then leaves. And that's pretty nice because, you know, forcing switches on stall onto rocks is something you always want happening at all times.
It also pairs really well with the Slowbro. Maybe not as well if it was Regenerator, but even Mega, it's still they cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. Like, Amoonguss takes the electric hits that Slowbro doesn't want to.
I like the synergy he has going here, even if it's just pretty much purely fat and glass react. We'll move on to the final pick of round 4, Comfey. I've never used this Pokemon either.
I don't know why it's here,
I think
honestly.
this is an odd pick considering he has Shogokiss. Comfey is really good with that priority draining kiss. If you're not prepped for it, it can set up really well. But as purely a defensive fairy, it falls a little bit short. But yeah, just an odd pick.
Double fairy, double ghost. Well,
Yeah,
you
there's a
just see
bit
it
of type
double.
overlap, but there's nothing future picks can't help.
Yeah, a good steel, good dark, good normal would definitely benefit this team.
Team still doesn't really like steals. It
It just has
I don't know. We got to see what happens.
Dragapult and Togekiss for the steals, but offensive steals kind of blow this team up. I just like Comfey as a standalone Pokemon is pretty nice, but in the scheme of this team, I think the best thing going on right now is the really good variety of speed dudes. You have like 143, 85, 110, and then freaking Corsola. But anyway, we'll get on to the overview of the picks. I like how this overview looks pretty much specifically. Comfey looks nice. Yeah. Pharaoh picked Comfey, Ember picked Amoonguss. I think my favorite pick this round was either the Slow King, the Registeel, the Noivern, or the Mega Sableye, maybe even the Dragonite. I would say mine, but that's not fair, so I really like specifically that Registeel from Charlie. I think it really patched up a lot of flaws on his team. What's up?
But
Without
yeah,
further ado, we can move on to round 5.
Hey, Beedrill.
Begamidrill. So this
well-
Pokemon adds more speed and more kill power to this team. That I wouldn't say it's unnecessary, but yeah, this is Murder Bug.
I will say that it does not help with killing steel types. It just gets walled by most steel types. Forced to U-turn out, or it dies. He still doesn't have a very good breaker for steel types, but Beedrill is a good mon.
Right now,
It's really fast as well. Dragapult
Does
plus
have
Beedrill
a-
gives you a lot of speed.
He does now at least have a really good fairy killer, which his Dragapult will appreciate.
Yeah, I do like Pult and
And
Beedrill
really-
together.
Dint dark types with its U-turn.
So offensively, Beedrill covers up a lot of weaknesses, but defensively, it literally did nothing because Beedrill it's just a paperweight, really. The defenses are there for show. The offensive stats are what you came for. This Pokemon is really nice. I really like Beedrill with like that U-turn support, the fast nuke U-turns. I think, isn't it the strongest U-turn in the game? I'm not 100% sure.
I think an adaptability U-turn behind, I think it's like 145 attack or something. Yeah, I think it might be the strongest U-turn.
I'm pretty sure it is the strongest U-turn in the game because Mega Scizor
Yeah.
can't use Band to match it. So this does have the strongest U-turn in the game. Hooray! But you still don't have an amazing fat steel breaker. I mean, this does get drill run, so if like Heatran were to be an opposing Pokemon, it could beat Heatran, I guess. Togekiss and Dragapult, while they don't break, they do have access to fire and moves. But I like Beedrill. Like, I like it a lot more than Comfey, at least.
I think, yeah, if you can just get somebody to break steals, this team will come together a bit more. I think Beedrill to Comfey
Yeah.
back to back, a bit interesting. I think the Beedrill bit pick's fine. I think the Comfey pick still confuses me a little bit.
Yeah, just like Stack Attacker, except not as bad. I'm, I'm gonna keep saying that this Stack Attacker pick is bad because it's a terrible pick for that team. Next we have Corviknight.
Finally a defogger.
He's trying to get.
That's all I'm gonna say. It brings more fat. It's a defogger, a steel type as well that synergizes really well with a Moongus and Slowbro.
Oh yeah,
It
I
can
like he actually
set
has
up.
a wall now. He now has a win con now in some games.
Still no speed.
Something that can you win with.
There's still no speed.
Um,
Nothing above what? Base 70? His whole team is slower than base 70 right now. Yeah, Taunt destroys this team. This team versus Taunt is not real. It's a falsehood. Because everything is slower than a base 70 Taunter. Let's not. That is a massive flaw. I mean, Glastrier is only clicking attacking moves, but Glastrier being your only like tried and true offensive threat is not optimal, I guess, is how I would say it. Because, if you have one offensive threat, like one true offensive threat is kind of bad. Especially if your offensive threat is base 30 or base 30 speed. Yeah, getting taunted is a massive issue for this team. Moving on to the snipe of the century.
I feel for you here, Colin. This was rough for you.
I was going through some hard times this pick. I was going through some emotional trauma. I was having an existential crisis, especially as you'll see later. He got his Pokemon. It's not fair. Injustice. But, what Scrafty does for this team is bring another fighting weakness. 4 out of 5 Pokemon on this
Yes,
team
it does.
fighting. I said I wouldn't focus on the defensive part of this team, but the fact is Scrafty is base 58 speed, and it has to use its defenses. And the fact that Aegislash is hinging on the fact that the Dark type doesn't have knockoff is a massive problem.
I personally think Scrafty is a bit odd on this team in particular. It doesn't really patch up that fighting weakness. I guess it is a bulky mon that can,
Occasionally.
and then things back. It can status. It can set up, knock off. But I don't think type wise it synergizes super well.
I guess it has a little bit of synergy with Aegislash. There's still no fire resist. There's not a single fire resist on this team. There's not a water resist on this team. This team has limited resistances to a lot of typings, and a very crippling weakness to fighting. And the fact that he added a relatively defensive Pokemon to it makes me forced to look at the defensive part of the team. So, yeah. You can't talk about this pick.
Round 5 Mega Gallade. Alrighty.
Oh, oh boy.
Wow. Okay, so it beats steals. It beats a lot of steals that Latios might struggle with. Um, it appreciates Doug Trio's help, I think, at like trapping like what few checks it has. It appreciates Coco beating like flying types and stuff. Yeah, it's Gallade. It gets so much coverage. It's so strong. It sets up SD. The only thing I might be worried about is the speed tiers are all like above 110. They're 110 or above, which is questionable, but you know, it works.
Listen. My base 58 speed Pokemon got sniped. I had to get a base 110. I refused to get Pangoro. So I had to get the next best fighting type that I actually liked.
I think just you've had previously before this pick such strong special attackers, but now to slap on one of the best physical attackers in draft. Gallade had heaps of kills last season. It'll probably get heaps of kills this season. So round 5 Gallade, I don't even care which team it's on. It's a good pick.
All right. Heatran. Okay. This is a great pick for this team.
I love Heatran. It's so good. It adds a flying resist. Specs Eruption with webs sounds super good.
Yeah.
Just a very solid mon. I think it also pairs pretty well with Reuniclus, because Reuniclus can kind of beat bulky waters that Heatran might not like.
Speaking of picks that completely bring drafts together, I think this pick ties Roland's draft together really, really nicely. It's just like a culmination of everything that all of the other Pokemon do. Heatran complements really nicely. Whimsicott support element with Memento, Tailwind, U-turn, etc. Heatran loves that. Webs. Heatran loves that. Staraptor. It's the complementing piece to like a kind of quick attack, like physical attack. This is special attack for Staraptor, and then Reuniclus is slow. This gives you a faster special attacker, and then like gives Reuniclus a way to just trick room kind of because Heatran's not super duper fast. So Heatran does so much for this team really nicely. I think this is probably the best pick of the round.
Also, this is Roland's first rocker, and Heatran does set the rocks really well.
Yeah, that's really nice, especially for Staraptor. Roland's draft kind of revolves around Staraptor, and this supports Staraptor almost perfectly. Okay, Reich's pick again. Nidoking. I have no clue how to feel about Nidoking in the rain.
Yeah, I don't know how Nidoking works in rain. I mean, Nidoking is a great mon, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if it particularly benefits from rain. I mean, it beats grasses and stuff, but this is not the only thing on the team that does that.
Yeah, and specifically this, it's also neutral to grass. But you know, Ferrothorn 4 times resist to grass, Dragonite 4 times resist to grass, Zapdos resist grass. This does give him another electric resist, which might be what he was going for, because he only had Ferrothorn before. Now he has Nidoking. I guess it's just like this is just a catch-all net to hit anything you can't hit with Dragonite and Zapdos, really, because, Nidoking's coverage is as wide as the ocean. So, and like the typing's fine, like for giving him another electric resist other than freaking Ferrothorn, which is currently taking every single electric move for the team. This gets in on electric moves and massively punishes them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I feel about Nidoking on this team. Like, it's just a little bit weird because they can't use Flamethrower effectively really anymore. So it'll struggle with like a little bit more because it can't use Fire type moves as well. But it's still a good pick. This thing, this guy does Future Sight shenanigans. Does anyone else want to say?
It can also set up Trick Room for Mega Mawile, which is always scary.
It also has good defensive typing, Regenerator. Yeah, I think it's like you can give it like Poison type is a nice defensive typing with Mega Mawile. I would say like they both are weak to the ground and all that, but this doesn't provide a fire resist yet, which is kind of scary. But Future Sight is always nice to have, especially on a team with something like Mega Mawile, which darks come in, play rough, stops the darks from staying in, and then Future Sight nukes whatever tries to resist it other than a steal. And even if a steal does come in on Mega Mawile, they're still getting massively chunked by Future Sight and the huge power play rough off like base 105 attack. Yeah, just like the main thing, this gives him a really slow Pokemon that can win in Trick Room pretty nicely. Not that Rillaboom doesn't already provide a nice way to circumvent Trick Room. It also gives him a way to activate his own Trick Room if a team is incredibly fast, like mine or Pharaoh's or Danny's. Not Danny. But this does give him a little bit of a way to reverse Trick Room and a way to set it up himself. Okay. Are you guys still awake?
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Who want to go over Kiram? I could go over Kiram. I love Kiram. But if you guys want to go over Kiram, I'll relegate it to you.
I love Kiram, but I think you'll do it justice.
Okay, so I use this in a league, and it's God. It's a very good Pokemon. In Victory Road 3, it got Kill Leader. In this league, I think it'll get a ton of kills. Specs Freeze Dry is nigh unresistible from this Pokemon because it's freaking new. Specs Ice Beam, Specs Earth Power. Specs Earth Power and Specs Freeze Dry kills everything. After, even if it's scarfed and not spexed, it does so much versus offense teams if it's scarfed. Offense teams that don't have a good steal get blown up by freaking Kiram. Kiram is so dangerous because freeze dry earth power unresisted combo. I'm pretty sure unless it's like levitate steel type like Bronzong. But this Pokemon, absolute demon, does a billion to everything with freeze dry. Draco off this thing is like, yeah, resists are getting 2-hit KO'd by the Specs Draco. It gets Flash Cannon for those frailer fairies on teams like Rollins or Pharaohs, which is really, really nice. You'll never be complaining about being able to just destroy fairies with a dragon. This Pokemon is so dangerous every game it comes because it's got bulk. It can run DD as well with Icicle Spear and all that. It's so versatile offensively. It provides so much unpredictability to the offense, which seems to be a common theme. Again, screw the stack attack on this team. Kiram hates stack attack. The Stack Attack at this point is shaping up to be more like that anti-Trick Room player, but like why aren't you drafting a Scavalier and using your tier 2 for a more useful pick?
I do really like the pair with Infernape, though. I think Infernape breaking steals that Kyurem doesn't like, and Kyurem in return can really, really abuse certain water types with Sub and Freeze Dry. I really like that combo. The thing I wish this team had a little bit more of is some hazard control, some hazard removal. But otherwise, good pickup.
Yeah,
No wrong with a
getting
Kyurem.
rid of Diancie, who is currently his only way to block rocks. Yeah, good job, King. Shooting yourself in the foot. I'm kidding. It was a joke. So, moving on to Inteleon. Okay. I don't want to say anything.
This thing is like a worse Greninja.
Right, and I said not to draft it. I feel bad for dissing it because
It's evident that Benji didn't watch the video.
Yeah, Benji did not watch the video. I feel betrayed, Benji. Just kidding. Inteleon kinda sucks, but it gives him a hazer, which is always really, really nice. He can haze those Omni boosts, which are allowed. So I guess that is definitely a boon that Inteleon provides, is beating those hazers.
Good speed tier, 120, has extra U-turn. You've got the crit set, is the main thing it's got going for it.
I guess it.
Paul and I were struggling to come up with good things to say for it last time.
It's just
I
like
don't know.
lacking because it's got the defense as well. Wet paper towel. It's susceptible to rocks because you can't be sashed if there are rocks up. And if you're not sashed, it's really hard to find opportunities to set up a focus energy, and then you're trying to run freaking scope lens in sniper. So you're struggling to do what you want to do. This will only ever come if you try to set up screens or try to use an Omni boost or like Porygon V. But like other than that, I feel like on a stall team it works because hazing big sweepers is always really nice for stall teams as fat as Benji's. So I guess if there's one team that this could work on, it's Benji's or Ember's. In fact, I would say Ember's team would want it more than Benji's.
Ember could at least use the speed.
Yeah.
I think on this team, maybe it's here to try and weaken those fires that Celestial or Venusaur don't particularly like. But yeah.
It's just kind of a whack pick because Inteleon's a whack pick. It's not. It's just a bad tier 3, really.
I just don't really like Inteleon.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's not that I don't like Inteleon. I actually do like Inteleon. It's just not good. Bronzong. Yo, this team has a grass resist. That's crazy. He finally got his grass resist. And it's a steel weak to neutral to fighting. Immune to ground.
Something for fairies as well.
Yeah, this is a good pickup. Alright, this is like, I feel like you didn't need Licky Licky, but Bronzong makes Licky Licky a little bit more valuable because you have double Wish Pass to Bronzong now. And you also have double Wish Pass to Swampert. The Swampert's still kind of a little bit weird. It doesn't resist those dark ghost types that want to hit Bronzong. I guess it switches into the fire types, but like, you have Licky Licky. And it's not like Licky Licky resists fire types, but Licky Licky is bulky enough to take neutral fire hits pretty decently. But this Pokemon is definitely a step up from the last few picks we've seen from Danny because it provides him with the those resists that he was lacking properly before. It also gives him another rocker that actually synergizes with his team on next Walker, which definitely doesn't hurt. Okay, Tangrowth. Okay, I like this Pokemon on this team. It doesn't provide a flying resist or a rock resist, but what it does do is provide a grass type for Manatee and Charizard to synergize with, right?
Yeah. Like, I'm hoping Chlorophyll Tangrowth comes at least once. And Tangrowth's really cool. But I think generally just a nice regen mon to support Manaphy, Salt Lando support Charizard is nice. It can give some utility through Sleep Powder, Knock Off. I just think it's quite a decent grass. It actually benefits from Charizard's Sun, allowing the boost synthesis. Yeah, I like this pickup.
Yeah, it's not like bad. It's a generally very good pick. We still need a rock resist on this team. Manaphy does resist ice, but still no rock resist, even though a lot of neutral rock hits are doing nothing to Tangrowth. You still want a rock resist, specifically a steel type, because that would help Tang and literally everything on this team so much to just have a Pokemon that dissuades rock types from using Stone Edge and all that. Gorgeous. Okay. So, he started building a defensive core between the Sableye and the Florges. A dedicated Wish Passer for Dracovish is very nice, because now Dracovish can utilize its actually decent bulk somewhat to take those wishes. Sableye likes the wishes because they're healing a lot. Jirachi is nice to provide rocks for this. Does anyone else want to talk about Florges?
It's alright. Yeah, I mean, it's a good cleric. I think it'll support the team well. It actually gets defog, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it gives rocks. But like, if rocks do end up going up despite Mega Sableye being there, this is a good way to stop them from staying there. Heal Bell is nice for healing off the toxics and burns that might afflict the other Pokemon. Most specifically Dracovish, because half the weeks you're running Boots on Ace, and Jirachi doesn't really care about toxic, but curing a burn Jirachi or Dracovish is definitely something useful. This guy. Yeah. Hey, right, you want to talk about Zarude? I don't like Zarude. I dislike Zarude, actually.
Alright, Zarude. I don't know, Zarude's an interesting Pokemon. Obviously, it's very weak to Bug, but luckily, Scizor is here on this team to sort of mitigate that. I like that it is fitted onto an offensive-based team, which I think will definitely benefit Zarude. It wants to fit into any sort of defensive role. It really wants to start having a bit of a bulk-up setup role or pivoting around with U-turn. Slowking deals with a lot of its weaknesses in fire and fighting, whereas Scizor deals with the bug weakness. This can sort of help break down some of those waters that will give Garchomp, Slowking, and Scizor some trouble. Overall, I think the pick Zarude is in itself already a pretty tricky Pokemon to work around with and use properly, but I think this team definitely has the support that sort of make it work.
Yeah, this kind of like
but those are my
Mon.
thoughts.
Yeah, it's another Mon, kind of like Inteleon, that we dissuaded a little bit. It doesn't mean it's impossible to work with. It's just a lot it requires a lot of team support specifically for itself to work.
I do think out of any team, this team is probably the one where Zarude could work.
Yeah. Taco, he got Cobalion. No electric resist still, but that's okay probably. Fighting resist out the ass. Every single other Pokemon resists fighting on this team. This Pokemon resists like neutral to psychic, which is helpful for Pex, and it mitigates the pain it feels from psychic terrain. It breaks fairies down, and it's a decent pivot with a good speed tier. A little bit slower than Torrentee, fills that gap between Torrentee and Lele. Has fighting and steel.
I would not be surprised if this is intended to be a nice Dark Breaker and a Steel Breaker. If you switch into a Dark type move, you get that justified boost into a close combat. Could actually be a play he's looking to do here. Just combating into Steels might be something he wants to do as well. And also, I believe his first Rocker. So,
Oh no.
yeah, I think a good thing here as well, Cobalion is a steel that doesn't resist Fairy, but he has one of the best Fairy resist Toxapex. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on the pick.
Yeah, I feel like poison types are Toxapex, Skullpeter that suck. But, yeah, I think Cobalion is really nice for this team. It gives him a lot of things he didn't have before, like a way to break through steals without having to risk missing Heat Wave or Focus Blast. Spectrier. Okay, I have no clue
I think this does well with Pex, takes away a lot of this thing's weaknesses. This team could maybe do with another good ground type switching, because Torn, although it is immune to ground, doesn't want a Copper Stone Edge. Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Do you want to move on?
How do you move on?
Okay. Spectrier. It's this thing, the ghost horsey of death.
Yeah.
Pokemon is very one-dimensional. I don't see a whole lot of support on this team for it. I wouldn't say that Spectrier necessarily needs support, but a good fighting type definitely helps. I guess Brick Break on Swampert is something, or Body Press on Registeel is something, but the thing is, this thing needs those normals broken and the darks broken, and this team doesn't really have a fighting to support Spectrier yet, so it's going to be a kind of odd pick until a fighting is added to this team.
I think I could definitely see this pick being something. Spectrier was there. It's a mon that could win some matchups if the opponent doesn't prep for it properly. Particularly since Charlie is running Rain, he may think that if someone is over prepping for Rain and overlooks Spectrier can really go in and do some damage. But yeah, I think if you pair this with a good fighting type, the fit would be a lot better.
Yeah, a good fighting type will make this into an instant menace. Tapu Bulu on this team provides a massive ground nerf from other Pokemon. So Melmetal now has a lot of support for that. It also provides a third fighting resist. So Melmetal now has effectively one bad weakness in fire. The rest of them are covered really nicely. Like Double Dragons also covers fire. So Melmetal has switch-ins for everything. This is a third fighting switch-in for Obstagoon. And this provides some grass offense and some fairy offense. So this team is now starting to feel a little bit lopsided, I guess, is how we would say it. Because, Bulu is another physical attacker on top of the other physical attackers on this team. which is it feels a little bit redundant, but I feel like grassy terrain makes up for the fact that it feels redundant.
One thing I like here too is Ulu being so weak to poison, particularly in draft, is a bit of a problem. A lot of mons will slap poison jab to catch it. A lot of things will cover run HP poison. Having such a good steel type and Melmetal, I think will just make a second guess about clicking that sometimes obvious poison coverage move, as it may allow Tiller here to bring in Melmetal. I think that combo in particular is quite nice, and of course that grassy terrain, weakening ground type moves to Melmetal and providing a little bit of recovery, I think is a nice pairing.
Yeah, fixes that gap
Yeah.
that Melmetal really has. So, that is the end of round, 5? God, we're not even halfway through. That is problematic, because we all sound like we're dying now. Mega Beedrill for Pharaoh, Corviknight for Ember, Scrafty for Lair. I'm still salty about that. I will never stop being salty about that. Especially since, like, after looking at it, it's just like, why did he pick that too? Nothing against him though. I got Mega Lade. Roland got Heatran, right? Got Nidoking. Morgana got Slowking Galar. King got Kyurem. Benji got Inteleon. Danny got Bronzong. Actius got Tangrowth. Kiwi got Florges. Starter got Zarude. Paco got Bobalion. Charlie got Ghost Horse. And Tiller got Boo. Ugh. Okay. Gonna have to push through this. This is really rough. Because we're only on pick 7. And this was another snipe for me. And Poglion. Providing another steel type for this team is very, very nice. Second steel type as well as a water type. It is a water type that doesn't resist fire, which is kind of a little whack. And it's also fighting this, so you're just trading, I guess. This team is starting to look a little bit weak to electric, but that last pick with Bulu does seem to support it nice. This is also the first rocker on Tiller's team.
Being a good rocker and defogger in Polyon's nice too. You now have a proper defogger compared to Altaria and Noivern, which is definitely helpful.
Yeah.
I get why he picked Empoleon, so he could benefit from the grassy terrain more.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. It also has like a ton of utility. I think it's a good pick.
I feel like this team is very polarizing, because you have a ton of fighting weaknesses, but on the other hand you have a ton of fighting resists, and then you have a water neutral to fire, 2 fire weaknesses, and then you have 2 fire resists. So it just picks and chooses a lot of matchups. Volcarona for Charlie. Volcarona and Rain. It does get Hurricane, which is nice, but
That's not the worst thing in the world.
it doesn't really help with a whole lot. I don't know what Volcarona and the Rain does. I know that it is something. I just don't know what that something is.
I think it does have Hurricane, but I guess its main role, I'm hoping, I think it is here, is grass types are obviously going to come versus Swampert. If you can get Volcarona in on a grass type and your rain is not up, you do have a chance to set up that Quiver Dance.
Yeah, this could be on like a nice double. Oh yeah,
Water types being around too,
that
sort of mitigate some of the fires from coming.
Dude, freaking Swampert gets flip turn. What? I forgot about that. Oh shit.
Yeah, so flip it into a grass into Volcarona.
That's terrifying. I forgot Mega Swampert got freaking flip turn. Oh my god. Well, that is a problem and a half that I completely overlooked when I made the tier list. Oh well. There's always next season. Well, flip turn on Swampert into this menace and start sweeping. I think that's what we're gonna see.
That's this pick.
Alright. Now Incineroar. A fire resist, finally. Just kidding. This still no electric resist. 7 picks in. This team resists fighting, so another fighting weakness really doesn't do anything. And an intimidate Pokemon really helps with the physical end of the spectrum for this team. Parting Shot is amazing for getting Alakazam in safely and getting Lele in nicely. And it threatens out a lot of things like ghosts that previously Kaka had 0 ghost resist. This adds that crucial ghost resist to completely sit on them. Also adds the fire to Toxapex to make that core. It isn't core weak to ground, but you have Torn Teeth, one of the best ground switches in the game.
The team is a bit weak to ground, but like Torn T is there, so it's not like
Squish.
there's workarounds.
Yeah.
I guess there's ways to deal with it.
Yeah.
I think
Go ahead.
being shot into Alakazam though does seem like a pretty scary premise.
Yeah, especially with Psychic Terrain. You just Tapu Lele on them. They switch in their Ghost, you double into Instant. Parting Shot out on the Ghost and blow them up. Yeah. Pangoro, this guy. I hate this guy. You can talk about him.
Alright, Pangoro is here. The not as cool Scrafty, and that really hurt Colin's feeling. This is a mon that, for mons like Gengar and Slowking that don't appreciate Darks, Pangoro is invited in often, can threaten out with its very strong fighting type stab. This provides another momentum user with Parting Shot, which I think a lot of people forgets this gets. This mon can gain a lot of defensive momentum. Tier 4, it is a decent wall breaker, very hard hitting stab. I think on this team, the fact that it provides Parting Shot provides a decent dark answer, serves it very well. It's very weak to Fairy. Scissor can mitigate that a little bit. Yeah, I think this is a decent pick.
Something I'm noticing is a lot of defensive pressure seems to hinge on Scizor, which isn't necessarily a problem because Scizor can hold its own. But if Scizor is because Scizor is seems to be the ultimate backbone here. If Scizor breaks, it seems like hell's gonna break loose for this team as it stands. Because just a lot of defensive responsibility seems to be hinging on Scizor not dying.
Yeah.
No,
I think if Starko can pick up another decent defensive pivot, as you said, it relieves the pressure of Scissor, that would actually be quite appreciated. But yeah, I think this is a decent pick.
Okay. So, Meloetta. This is another one you can do because I've never used Meloetta. Tried making a team, but
I love Meloetta. I used it last season, picked it up halfway through the season. I loved it so much that I urged Colin to move it up to tier 3. Meloetta is really fun to use because it has enough bulk that it can live a hit and dish one out. It has a lot of utility. It's a very, very good Spidef check. On this team, Cinderace can break some of the steals that Meloetta dislikes. It can be very helpful. There is an overlap with Psychics. You have a couple Mons that don't super appreciate Dark types that will put a little bit of pressure on Florges.
And a little stabilizer.
Meloetta does add a little bit more momentum, something that can bring in something like Dracovish and bring in Cinderace.
Or Jirachi.
I think this team didn't particularly. This team doesn't particularly mind Psychics. If Mons like Jirachi and Sableye can deal with Psychics, this gives Meloetta a lot of rain to run Specs. It can run Carmine. So I think this is a decent pick on this team. I don't think it overly improves the team defensively, but it does add another quite decent offensive Mon with a lot of utility.
Okay, cool. Moving on to Nihilego. Starto, do you want to do this one? I don't know about Nihilego really.
Yeah. So this is a flying resist. That's the first thing I know off the bat. But yeah, it also, I mean, it's ground weak, which is its biggest weakness. But he has Land OT and Tangrowth, so I feel like that's fine. Nihilego is also another good rocker and T-Spiker, so that's cool. Yeah, it's a good cleaner. You can set up hazards. I think it's a pretty versatile mon. I haven't used this thing, and I've watched Edgar use it, I think, but that's all I know about it. So,
Alright.
yeah, it tends to struggle with steel types, but Charizard Y and Landers can definitely help with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a good pick.
Yeah. Patching up that flying weakness is something this team really appreciates, even though it's going to fall to Brave Birds from stronger Pokemon because it has like 47 base defense. But, you know, it's still a great pick because
I think
flying resist.
I think T-Spike for something like Manaphy as well is also very appreciated. I believe Venomoth gets T-Spikes too, but you don't necessarily want to run T-Spikes with Venomoth. Yeah, another rocker to relieve that off Landorus and another T-Spiker is very nice, I think, for his offensive threats.
Yeah, it allows Venomoth to not have to run the anything other than Quiver Dance set, really, if it comes. Dragalge, I can talk about this one. Dragalge has the adaptability Nuke. It also grants T-Spikes to this team. I guess it synergizes well with Bronzong. Bronzong resisting those Psychic and Ice-type moves that Dragalge despises. And also the Ground-type moves. And then Dragalge switches into the Fire-type moves that Bronzong doesn't appreciate it. Also, Dragalge has a decent enough special defense that, like, neutral Shadow Balls flying around won't 2-hit KO it without heavy investment or specs or setup. So I think there's a decent mini core between those two. This synergizes kind of well with Sylveon. This team is still mildly weak to ground, especially something with like Mold Breaker like Excadrill. 2-hit KOs this entire team. Nobody drafts Excadrill, but that's not the point. It's just like a fast Mold Breaker Pokemon with Earthquake kind of just smashes this team. But yeah, Spectre Galaxy has a huge offensive special threat that allows Sylveon to sit in as a cleric versus running special defense or special attack to complement her Shifu. Typhlosion. Who wants to talk about Typhlosion? I guess we should just take turns to preserve our energy for one specific Pokemon at a time.
Yeah.
I think since you guys started.
Oh yeah. Well, I think this can help with the fire weakness. It gets some opportunities to come in because both Mega Venusaur and Celestial are weak to fire. Yeah, it fires off really strong fire moves with Flash Fire. I think it gets Eruption, so that is something that we could see. Yeah, I know Benji really wanted to use this after it got sniped from him in Season 3 of Victory Road. So, yeah, I think it's a good fit. It also bridges the speed tier between like Inteleon and I guess the next mon down was Venusaur, so I think that's important.
Okay. Right. Alright, right. Do you want to do Rotom-Mow or you want me to?
I can do Rotom-Mow.
Okay.
I think this team, ones like Gyarados with Cure and with Inferno, really appreciate Rotom-Mow dealing very well with those metrics. Rotom-Mow is a really fun electric type because obviously Leaf Storm can do a very large chunk to ground types that particularly want to switch in. It's a really good Scarfer with Trick. I think it's an electric grass that does. It's a grass that's very offensive. It helps gain momentum. Have a defogger. I actually think this pairs really well on this team, being hazard control that we were talking about a little bit earlier. I think with its speed tier at 86 does really well with having a Scarf. Yeah, I would quite like this pick.
Again, why the hell is Stack Attacker here? It's not doing anything. Alright, I guess I can do Blastoise for this team. So you got a little bit of that. You have a fire resist. Finally, a fire resist on this team. That is something that you've been missing for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. That is very good. You got a Rapid Spinner, so you can remove those rocks that you couldn't remove before because you didn't have a Defogger or a Spinner. You got Shell Smash sweeps behind screens. You resist fire for Rillaboom. You resist fire from Mawile. You can switch into Earthquakes kind of well. You appreciate the focus, the future sights. Jesus, the future sights from Slowking. I think Blastoise adds all the utility that has been lacking from this team, which there hasn't been much. But now there's a Rapid Spinner. There's still no rocker on this team outside Mawile, which is kind of a crappy rocker because you don't want to mark rocks on it. But Blastoise gives you that Rapid Spin. You've got that Shell Smash behind screens, giving Grimmsnarl another great use to incentivize sweeping, and you finally have your fire resist.
I think this is a good pick.
Dartoad.
Yeah, I'll talk about Persian Alola. I like Persian Alola. It's cool. Parting Shot is like its thing. It's a really good ghost resist. It's really bulky with the Fur Coat ability, which basically gives it double defense. It's got a nice speed tier as well. At 115, it's like, yeah, it's good. I don't know how well it synergizes with Rain, but it is a good mod, like, individually, and maybe if you Parting Shot into, like, Dragonite, that could be really, really helpful, because it would, like, lower the damage you could do with, like, Multi-Scale or something. Or, like, lower the damage you could do on Dragonite, sorry. Even with multi-scale, so I think that could be interesting. It also helps with like bringing in Nidoking and stuff. So yeah, good pick.
Wait, okay, so I have to do this one because I can't do my own. Alright, Zoroark's a funky pick. It gives you a Ghost Resist alongside Staraptor. I think it's particularly neat with a Pokemon that you have, because you have that Whimsicott, who kind of seems useless, But if you have Zoroark sitting under there, if they try to set up and you go for a nasty block, they're in a lot of trouble, because then you just click Dark Pulse or Night Daze and they're just like, oh crap, I just lost a Pokemon, and there's a base 105 speed to your Pokemon that it's just a weird Pokemon on this team right now, because your team is kind of fighting weak. You might want to like put it on Reuniclus, because then you could really mislead with speed tiers, and you might like mess them up with Trick Room bait. But you know, if they click a move that's neutral on Reuniclus just to scout if your Zoroark, because Reuniclus is not super immediately threatening. Nothing here that Zoroark can properly disguise as really it just like is immediately threatening. Reuniclus, Ribombee, and Whimsicott, I guess Ribombee works, but it's faster than Zoroark, so if they end up overestimating your speed, then you're slower. If you're Staraptor, you're the same speed tier and you're neutral to fighting. And then Heatran's also weak to fighting. It would be a good pick otherwise, but it's kind of a funky Pokemon, especially since it's a Z Pokemon. So if you go into Reuniclus and they're like, oh crap, you can just fire off an attack into it, but if you live, you kill that Pokemon that's just trying to scout whether you're Zoroark or not.
Right, you wanna do Moltres?
I'll do Moltres. Okay, we got Moltres in now. We've got I quite like Moltres. I think it's a very underrated tier 3. It's a really nice pivot that balances offensive and defensive. It helps break down some grasses for Koko and Superior. It is another ground immunity. It's very nice. Another pivot with U-turn. I like this one. I think it just synergizes really well with its team. Vector is dealing with types it doesn't like. Tapu Koko is breaking down waters. Latios is taking advantage of waters. You bring a water or an electric on this Mon, and you turn out on them. You can bring in Dodrio, you can bring in Latios. I think this adds to the momentum while still giving a little bit of defensive utility. Defogger, it's improved his with boots. So I actually think this Mon synergizes quite well with his team.
Alright. So, are you good? Do you want me to go to the next slide?
I'm happy to move on.
Alright. Starter, do you want to do this, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll do Slurpuff. So Slurpuff is a bit of a weird mon for me. I don't think, again, it doesn't help defensively at all. But it sort of retreads ground. There's a lot of just strong, fast, physical attackers. You got Darn, Lopunny, Aegislash to an extent. But I feel like Slurpuff can be like kind of a win con, where something like Arm, it's not really a win con, but more of a breaker. So yeah, it's also the fairy of the team, and it's actually a fighting resist, so I feel like it gets some opportunities to come in and belly drum and sweep. It can also run like the occasional wish set, so
Don't forget about webs.
Oh, and webs.
That's
I don't know if it runs webs. It is important, but I forgot this thing got webs, honestly.
I don't know why.
This mon is an enigma.
I don't know, why does it get webs?
I think because it's meant to be like cotton candy, sticky web, I don't know, something
Why
like that.
doesn't it just get cotton spore instead?
I think it does. I think it's both.
That would be kind of neat. I'll do Chansey. Another fat team. Another fat setup bottom mon that doesn't contribute to the overall winning condition of the team. I guess you could add more Toxic Stall and more fat to this team, but it's just another mon that falls subject to taunt. But it can teleport in Glastrier really, really nicely. Or it can teleport in Slowbro to click Trick Room. The only thing is, yeah, it's another Mon that gets taunted really easily. It doesn't really provide any defensive boon to the team. It's another fighting weakness, so you can't really switch Glastrier in to take advantage of it. So the flaws here are just like, it doesn't exactly synergize typing-wise with the team. It's just too tauntable. It's too samey with everything else, really. Just picking up fat for the sake of picking up fat isn't really good, especially with the lack of an appropriate phaser on this team. It really gets screwed over by setup, or it's what I think. Setup will blow this team back, a physical one especially. Because, like, they're Slowbro, but Slowbro, if it can't kill, it can't win. There's no fast hazer or fast phaser on this team. Alright, right?
Okay, so looking at DD now. The DD adds Psychic Terrain, which is very nice for Dragapult to mitigate Sucker Punch. However, it is a bit anti-synergy with Comfy. Terrain also helps with Beedrill. I think Dragapult can deal a lot of the Psychics that Osmond dislikes.
Oh yeah,
it's a decent spec Dark user. Outside of that Psychic Terrain, I think that's the main support this Pokemon really gives off. It can be quite a decent wall breaker, but on that special side, which I think early covers quite decently with Dragapult and Togekiss.
It's a Ghost Resist.
Ghost Resist, yes. Actually, I forget about the normal type.
I keep forgetting
Ghost
that
Resist.
this thing is normal type.
Yeah, it's
Ghost Resist is good for Dragapult.
It's the first Ghost Resist on the team.
I think having two fairies is good. Switching the Dark to me. But again, I think the Comfey and DD combo is a bit iffy there. Otherwise, Psychic Terrain's quite nice with, yes, Dragapult and Beedrill.
Yeah, I feel like you probably drop Comfey. Comfey is like kind of like Stack Attack, and not as bad, but it's kind of like not gonna come because you already have Togekiss as your fairy. In DD and Beedrill, like in DD, anti-synergize Comfey. It actively says that you should not bring it. So that's flawed. So here's the overall one. The overall thing. I'm gonna save my throat, so I'm not gonna go through all of these. I'll just hold the visual up here for like a couple seconds while we regain our voices. That was only round 6.
Halfway.
Alright, I can do
Okay,
Kartana.
I'll do Kartana.
You can. Okay, go ahead.
But do you want to do Kartana?
You can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. So I really like Kartana here. Really beats down fairies that Holt might struggle with. It's a good fit. It's like the physical breaker. It's crazy strong. It can actually like beat steel types, so that's cool with the fighting move, Sacred Sword, I think. Yeah, I think it really fits well here. You're gonna have to look out a bit because there's no flying resist yet, and that's normally what your steel type might do.
There's only one fire resist.
But
I think
yeah, that's true too.
Fire weakness is really starting to build a little bit on this team.
Yeah, Beedrill and Kartana
A little
being
bit.
like the big offensive threats, and then your fire resist being another offensive Pokemon is kind of a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, one of them is Beedrill, and that's kind of dying anyway.
Yeah,
So-
but like, so is Cortana, but like, it's still fire. You still need a fire resist, right?
Yeah, you do. But yeah, I think Cortana does well.
It's also a steel resist that this team didn't have before. So, Greg, do you want to do Don Fan or you want me to do Don Fan?
Don Fan. I'll do it.
Okay.
We got another good hazard remover on this team that really supports the like Gladstria, and some of your regen mons are being worn down by removing rocks. You've got another hazard setter itself. This will stop JMD from having to run rocks. You can run some Donphan. Donphan can actually break down some of the fires and electric earthquakes. You can break down some of the steels. Knock off utility to try and knock off items to help Ember sort of win the long-term war, try and get rid of recovery from mons. It is a priority user. With such a slow team, just having some forms of priority is really useful. Overall, it doesn't change the overall makeup of Ember's build. I think being the electric immunity for Corviknight, trying to break down fires for Mungus, trying to break steels for Gladstria in itself is a decent member of this team.
He's not exactly like, he's not changing the formula, he's just building upon it.
This is still a very, very fat team.
Yeah, that's not changing anytime soon anymore. The chemical makeup of the team is set in stone by the 7th pick. Okay, I got Milotic, the first defensive Pokemon on the team. Other than Aegislash, kind of. But it doesn't really count. Fire Resist. Finally, the first Fire Resist on this team is Milotic. Now you have to worry about electric types, which you have 0 resists for, and 1 weakness. Which is the same as fire. But now your defensive Pokemon is really threatened here. You added another fighting neutral Pokemon, which is fine. But this is the first Pokemon that's actually going to add to the defensive backbone of a rather offensive team. It doesn't detract from the fact that you have 4 fighting weaknesses. I feel like no matter what happens, 4 fighting weaknesses is a weakness. Even if you have resists on the rest of the team, having 4 fighting weaknesses sucks. So, for Milotic, the Pokemon, it's just like finally a defensive backbone that you can fall on repeatedly, unlike Aegislash without recovery. You have longevity with Recover, you have a physical wall, it lets Aegislash run Spadef if you really wanted. This could also run special defense, but now I feel like what happened is you transferred all of your defensive pressure from Aegislash, which was far too much, like infinitely too much. And you've split it between Milotic and Aegislash, which is still problematic, but it's nowhere near as bad as pitting all of your defensive problems onto Aegislash. Yeah, this is definitely an amazing pick for this team, because it finally provides that defensive backbone that was lacking before. Alright.
Milotic's great wall used last season. There's a lot of hits.
Caparajah. Yeah, I'll talk about Caparajah. So, yeah, this is a great mon. One of the best tier 4s, I think. So yeah, it actually gives Colin a slow mon for once. It's also a good rocker, good bulk. I think its move pool is crazy good too. Sort of comparable to like Metagross, I think. It doesn't have priority, but it's really strong, really bulky. You can run like assault vest and stuff. Yeah, it's really good. It helps with It helps with fairies for like Latios and stuff. Latios and Glade mainly. Yeah, it's a really good fit on this team.
Guess I'll do the next pick.
Okay.
Well, my pick's after, so I'll let you guys take care of that one.
I'll do that.
Okay, we have Twitera, the Gen 4 starter. Sitting on this team, we've got another grass type. Windcott doesn't count. Very weak to ice, but Heat Train covers that a bit. I think Twitera is a very interesting pick. I've seen it used very well as almost like a very bulky wall breaker. Its earthquakes and wood hammers hit very hard. Obviously, it's got some very common weaknesses in ice and flying. Overall, I don't know exactly how I would say this fits into this team. Trick Room into this from Reuniclus. Appreciated. It is a water type switch in and a ground type switch in for Heatran. Overall, synergistically, it isn't huge. It is another rocker. In case Heatran wanted to run a spec set. So I would say it's an interesting fit.
I like the synergy with Heatran, and the fact that it also gets to it's the first real sweeper other than Reuniclus.
It also kind of likes webs. It's not the fastest, but it helps.
Yeah, with rock polish though, you can rock polish webs. That's like +3. So, okay, Mega Blastoise. Another water type.
Interesting pick.
Yeah, interesting pick. Mega Blastoise on a rain team. So, I really like this mon on this team. So, it doesn't provide any defensive utility that Politoed doesn't really already provide. It has better bulk overall. But the real part is the fact that it gives off so much offensive pressure, especially in the rain. It can really break down a lot of things that were difficult to break down before with something like Nidoking, with Water Pulse, Dark Pulse, and Aura Sphere and all that. It just like now you have a really powerful water type versus freaking Politoed, which is not like Politoed's not bad, but freaking Mega Blastoise in the rain is something otherworldly. Because yeah, you got the Mega Launcher water pulses, which break through the grounds that like a super bulky ground would plague this team pretty hard, but like outside of maybe Nidoking, but Blastoise would one hit KO pretty much any ground type, especially in the rain. Nothing's living that's weak. It's nice for breaking through those fires that Ferrothorn dislikes, and then it just can hit dark types, which is nice. It can also hit the ghost types. Not that this team has a real problem with ghosts or darts, but the option is there. It's mainly synergistic with offensively helping out remove Ferrothorn's chips. Who wants to do Cursula?
I'll do Cursula. So, Cursula is a pretty interesting mon. It's very slow. It benefits from the Trick Room that Slowking can set up. It likes screens a lot too, because it's kind of bulky, but like not bulky enough to where it's gonna be living like super effective stuff. But screens help. This thing is like a great Calm Mind Iron Defense sweeper with like Shadow Ball and Strength Sap. That's like the thing that this runs. It's really strong if you're not prepared for it. So, and with screens up, it's really hard to take down. Yeah, that's all my thoughts. I don't know if it gets rocks. It might get rocks. I don't know. I think it does.
It would be the first. It would be the first okay rocker on the team. It wouldn't be a very good rocker either way, but it's there. If it does get rocked.
Yeah, it prevents Mawile from setting up rocks, which is a good thing.
I'll do this one because I don't know. I just feel like doing Weezing. This Pokemon has a great defensive typing. Provides an actual defensive Pokemon to this team, which is otherwise pretty much full on offense outside Rotom-Mow, which is more of support than defense. But you know, now you have Weezing, who's got great defensive typing, resists fairies that would otherwise hit this team rather hard, hitting Kyurem and Infernape neutral to Infernape. So it would hit Kyurem and Mega Gyarados. Stack Attack is the fairy resist on this team, which kind of sucks. It acts as a fighting resist that is not used, so that relieves a little bit of stress off of you from resisting every single fighting hit in existence that comes the way of this team. Will-O-Wisp will help facilitate sweeps from Infernape, Kyurem, and Mew, and Mega Gyarados. So the last two picks have been really nice for facilitating the sweeps. I guess this is the first Pokemon that maybe benefits from Trick Room because it's kind of slow. But it's a defensive Pokemon, so just throwing a defensive Pokemon into Trick Room doesn't really solve problems. So, Stack Attack is still questionable. But Weezing definitely benefits this team a lot. It's a great pick. It's another ground resist. Even though this team isn't particularly weak to ground, it does add another one with Levitate. Neutralizing Gas is also nice for shutting off ability Pokemon that are really potent. But yeah, this is a really nice pick defensively for aiding this team.
Ice Cube. I know nothing about Ice Cube, honestly.
Belly drum. Yeah, belly drum guy with Ice Head.
Yeah.
So this thing has like good coverage. Ice Head is kind of nice. It provides an instant stop to any physical sweep. And that isn't Mold Breaker, Turbo, or any of that shenanigans. But that's nice. The problem with Ice Cube is the fact that it will get incinerated by any special move, and it doesn't get a speed boost for getting hit by a special move. So this Pokemon's very useful for stopping physical sweeps and getting like base 135 speed, which is insane. But you're just using this to stop sweeps, or you're using it to set up sweep on someone who isn't aware of how Ice Face works, I guess. Because once Ice Face is broken, you're a really frail Pokemon. So I am not really sure how great Ice Cube is on this team. It's nice on a fat team like this because it provides a way to stop sweeps that are fully physical instantly. I know, fashion aside from Inteleon. So, yeah, I think this is not a bad pick. It's not amazing either because Ice Cube's got a crappy defensive typing and crappy defensive stats. It's just got one nice niche if they have a terrifying physical sweeper.
I'll talk about Heliolisk. Heliolisk, this mon is great. Basically allows you to switch in for free on water types that might threaten like Sylveon and stuff. Urshifu usually does the job, but sometimes, you know, stuff happens. It's also the fastest mon at like 110 or something. So that's cool. 109, yeah, you're right. It's another ghost resist, so that's cool. Not really needed, but yeah. Gets good coverage for an electric type with Surf and Grass Knot, and also Stab Hyper Voice. It can also like mess with the weather because of dry skin. So yeah, it's a cool mon. I used it in the past. It served me well. It's a good electric type in Pipit. That's all I have to say.
Alright, we've been neglecting right for far too long. You can do Klefki.
Okay. I quite like Klefki as a mon. Fitting on any sort of offensive aim with the Prankster spikes. play, T-Wave, and good support. On this team, I think a mon like Landorus really appreciates the spikes it provides. You have a Steel Fairy, which is a nice switch into the ice types that Lando didn't really appreciate earlier. It's not the greatest ice resist, but it is a nice resist. It can be a rock type switch in with Magnetized to avoid any earthquakes. Generally, just a nice support Pokemon. I think ability to run spikes really is appreciated on this team, and as a praise to defogger.
Do you want to do Flygon, Start, or do you want me to?
I can do Flygon. I can't do the next one. So yeah, Flygon is cool. Gives you a ground type. It's a good ground type, you know. Gets Dragon Dance. U-turn. It's a good Scarfer. Yeah, it gets a lot of coverage too. So I think it's a solid pick. There's type overlap with Dracovish, but it's Dracovish, whatever. Yeah, it's also a good speed tier for this team. It's the same as Jirachi, but like Jirachi isn't always going to be running speed all the time. Oh, it's also a defogger. I forgot. So if Sableye doesn't bounce back hazards, Flygon can do it too. It's pretty decent at that. Yeah. Okay. Ice resist isn't. The ice weakness isn't huge either. Like, there's a Jirachi. It's fine.
Okay. Do you want me to swallow right? Do you want me to?
I'm not having to take Swallow.
Alright. So, Swallow has...
I think Swallow...
Go ahead. I'm gonna go...
Swallow is one with a lot of offensive potential. It's very fast. Most notably, it carries that Scrappy Broom Burst Spec set, but can also run Guts. Very fast U-turner. Any matchups where teams have a slower team, Swallow can really go ham with its speed tier. I think on this team, it being able to break some of the steals broken for it by Garchomp's really nice to allow to run more of the Boom Burst. Flying type, you can break some of the grasses that Garchomp doesn't appreciate. It builds a nice Volt Turn core with Scissor with a slow 2-turn, with Swallow being a mon that sort of gains momentum when opponent switches out. I think it's a nice offensive fit to fill in this team, and adds a really nice speed tier on top.
Yeah. I think Colin. Yeah, Colin.
Back. I can do Gliscor. 1 second. Okay. So, it's another Ice Beat Pokemon, but it's also another Ground Resist. So, the Ground Resist, in my opinion, definitely outweighs the Ice Weakness because, you know, your last 3 picks or not your last 3, Cobalion and Incineroar are great Ice Resists, and so is Toxapex, especially Toxapex. And the fact that you've got a way, other than Torn G, to really switch into those rounds is monumental, really, for your team. A problem I see is that Mamoswine destroys this team really, really badly. If this team gets ripped, like no one picked Mamoswine or Piloswine, so he's fine. But a team like that, like a Pokemon with ground and ice coverage, like Kyurem destroys this team. But whatever. Gliscor is a really nice physical wall. I see a lot of physical walls are starting to pop up here. Gliscor is a really nice one. It's got a good offensive utility as well. With Rock Speedfog, EQ, U-turn, all of that. Taunt also to anti-lead teams, which is also really fun. Of course, the main gimmick of this guy is to click or to have toxic or poison heal become unkillable neutral hits, which is fun. But yeah, it's a very good pick for this team, especially for mainly that ground resist. This really picks up the slack for those last couple picks that have been weak to ground.
I'll do Tangela. So, yeah, I like Tangela here. It's a good ground resist for Registeel. It's not entirely needed because of Pelipper and Thundurus, but it's still good to have a grass type. It's really only physically defensive. Its special defense is paper, but it's still pretty good. Regenerator is always cool. You're basically dealing with a smaller kangaroo. So, yeah. I don't know. It deals with opposing grasses somewhat well with Sludge Bomb, which can be helpful if like Swampert flip turns out. So, yeah. The fire weakness is also helpful, or the fire weakness being mitigated is also helpful. So yeah.
Alright. Right, you want to do Vanillux or you want me to?
I like to do Vanillux. We have an Aurora Veil setup, which I think is really cool, with mons such as Obstagoon and Altaria. You have a mon that kind of struggles with steals at the moment. This team overall is struggling a little bit with steals. It's a mon that can deal with grasses, Tapu Bulu. I think the main boon is really being hit is that Aurora Veil setting. It really assists everything. It's a very decent Scarfer, provides priority with Light Shard. Nice type. Doesn't really contribute any core resists to this team. So I'd say, as a screen setter, a nice pickup.
I like that it incentivizes sweeping with Altaria. Alright, here's round 7. Alright, we're almost halfway, guys. Alright, next pick. Sandslash Alola. So, are instantly capitalizing on the Vanillux pick, and this is a decent method of dealing with steals that don't have a way to hit it back. Because, you know, if a steel can normally take a Sandslash earthquake, even in tail, kind of, not well, but it can take it if it has to. But if it doesn't have a fighting move to hit it back, Sandslash will live that hit and go back the following turn. So, Sandslash is actually like a massive threat, really, because it does somewhat help deal with the weakness to ground. Well, not ground. This team never had a problem with ground types, really, since pick 1. But it does help deal with that steel weakness just a little bit, even if not so much. The team is starting to lean a little towards maybe a little fighting weak with 2 4x weaknesses, and then Empoleon and Vanillux also being weak. Empoleon, Vanillux, and Melmetal being weak to it.
And
like
Fire Weak.
Yeah, like Fire Weak. You only have Noivern and Altaria who resist that still. And your water type doesn't resist fire, which is also a problem. Steel stacking is never a bad idea unless you already have... Yeah, this is his 3rd steel type. he's got double dragon, triple steel, and yeah, it's kind of whack, but oh well, it's fine. But yeah, this is a good pick. It's an okay steel breaker, I suppose.
I'll do Mienshao. So yeah, we were talking about earlier with Spectre, whatever, about how we needed something to like break the darks, and that's Mienshao. It's a really good fighting type, one of the best. Just U-turn, regen, repeat. It's really strong. It's fast. It's got like good choice scarf potential. Knockoff, Stone Edge, gets stuff for fairies as well. It forms a good little regenerator core with Tangela as well. So, yeah, I think it's really good.
Greg, you want to do this one?
Miltank picked up in tier 4. You've got another rocker, very good Pokemon, bringing in 2. This thing carrying rocks is really beneficial for Gliscor. It allows Gliscor to run more utility coverage. This is a decent ice resist, but it carries it's a decent fire resist as well. Ghost immunity as well for its psychic types. I think benefits of having a fast wall is quite nice. It can set up quick rocks and provides a nice resistances to a couple types he was weak to. So I think this is a good pickup.
I can do Colossal. So Colossal is a fighting weak Pokemon, which is like, you're not particularly fighting weak, but it's becoming a little bit more and more apparent now with you having 3 fighting weaknesses and your flying type not existing. But it's not a huge deal. It's a good switch in for Scizor on fire types to get that steam engine boost to massively dissuade people from clicking fire moves lest they get swept by Colossal. Your water weakness seems to actually, I don't really think of water as an offensive type very often, but you only have 2 resist and like Zarude in Slowking, and then everything else is neutral or Colossal. But, nonetheless, this is a good rocker, good consistent rocker to alleviate Garchomp of being the sole rocker of the team, and it can rapid spin as well. So Scizor doesn't have to run Defog every game. But, I do like Colossal here. It's pretty good for just, like, helping Scizor synergistically.
Vileplume. Yeah, I'll do Vileplume. So yeah, Vileplume is cool. It's pretty slow, but it's very strong. It's a good grass type. It gets like Strength Sap, so it's a good like offensive mon while also having a good amount of defensive utility. Yeah, it can really help break through fairies that like Cinderace or like Flygon might struggle with, and also water types that Jirachi, Cinderace, and Vish struggle with as well. It's also a pretty good speed tier, bridging the gap between Sableye and the faster mons like Dracovish and Meloetta. So yeah, I think it's a solid pick.
Okay, I can do Eel. So it's another immunity to ground. It doesn't really provide a resist to any of those aforementioned massive weaknesses like the Rock Nice, but it is their favorite Pokemon, which is really nice. I do like Electros because, it's a weaknessless. So while it doesn't provide any resistances to Arceus' team, it's not actively detrimental to the amount of weaknesses there are. So it just provides just something that can switch into any move pretty much and not get one-hit KO'd, and then it can fire back. It is kind of slow, but I think that is more beneficial than painful, so that you can branch out from the 100 speed tier for something other than really Tangrowth. But yeah, nice slow Volt Switcher to get in Charizard easily, and as well as Manaphy and Nihilego.
Do you want to take this one?
Right. You want to do Arcanine?
I'll do it. Right, so we've got a nice Fairy Resist, a Fire Resist, good abilities in Flash Fire and Intimidate, and an Intimidate Teleporter. Being able to pair a Shifu with an Intimidate Teleporter that really annoys fairies is quite nice. Arcanine has really good bulk, it's a good Rocky Helmet user, and has good recovery in Moonlight. Sunny Day, Morning Sun. Synergistically with this team, I think it pairs well with Swampert. You've got two walls that can fall in and out.
Finally, Swampert.
Having a bit more, having some more hazard removal would be very nice with Arcanine to sort of help alleviate having to run heavy duty boots. I think this is a decent pick that synergizes with his other mons.
Do you want to do Hoopa? Start with it, you want me to?
Yeah, I'll do Hoopa. So, yeah, Hoopa. Hoopa is kind of a awkward fit on this team here. Like, it's a slow, like, really powerful breaker, but it's slow, and it just gets pursuit trapped to death. And it's alright, but, like, could be better. Ghost coverage is cool for this team because it's not really anywhere else. It's really good, but yeah, it can also run like Specs, Scarf, can be physical or special. I mean, it's a pretty versatile mon, but it just has a lot of issues, namely pursuit. So yeah.
I can do Mudsdale. So we have an electric resist outside of Rotamo and Kyurem. Okay, finally, Stack Attacka is not 100% useless. Mudsdale does benefit from Stack Attacka setting up Trick Room, kind of. Even if Mudsdale's not the primary trooper. The water, it is weak to water, which is fine because Kyurem and Rotamo are here. So a lot of the team can fix up its weaknesses. It's, like I said, it's got the electric resist. It provides them with a ground type, which is a good fat ground type that doesn't die super easily. With stamina, so it can switch into a lot of things properly. Kyurem synergizes well, like just a straight up dragon. Helps with the weaknesses of Mudsdale with by blocking those things that it struggles with. This provides a simpler solution than 50-50s with Kyurem Earth Power and Freeze Dry. It just lets you click Earthquake or Stone Edge without being choiced, which Kyurem often is. So I like this pick. It's a really solid defensive pick that finally somewhat utilizes Stack Attacka without Stack Attacka being pretty much completely detrimental to the team. Boba Fett.
Maybe cover this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Wobbuffet. It's too weird for me.
We have a nice trapper. I think on a team that utilizes a lot of setup offense. I think a mon that punishes setup sweepers. If mon sets up too quickly, allowing Wobbuffet to come in and revenge kill them is very useful for a team like this. I think that can allow mons like Mawile and Rillaboom and Hawlucha to then open up later into the game. I think for a tier 5, having a mon that can trap up setup sweepers against such an defensive team like this, nice pick.
Yeah. Orbeetle. Do you want to do this? Start from?
Yeah, I'll do Orbeetle. I can. So yeah, Orbeetle's cool. Gives webs. So sometimes rain teams can have this issue where outside of rain they're like really slow, but with Orbeetle here, it can help with that by setting up webs. It also has a good amount of utility. It's a good pivot. It can like trick Choice Scarf and stuff. I think it's pretty bulky and gives like a decent ground resist. Not that that's an issue, but yeah. It also has recover, so that's cool.
Okay, I have to do this one because the next one's my pick. So Mesprit. This provides a rocker to the team. It gives Roland his signature more than one psychic type. So he has Mesprit here for rocks. I feel like Mesprit is not amazing on this team, but then again, Roland just picks psychics for the sake of picking psychics. So Mesprit gives him rocks for something other than Torterra or Heatran, so he has good rockers now. Reliable on 3 Pokemon. This gives him bulk and a non-offensive psychic. So I think he's got double fairy, double psychic now. Mesprit's an okay psychic for his team. It's not really doing anything that's not already been done by the other Pokemon he's picked, but I guess it's okay. It's like if you want to run rocks, but Torterra has a crappy MU because you're against Tiller, you can bring Mesprit, I guess.
Okay, do you want me to cover Vaporeon?
Yeah. I can do Vaporeon. So yeah, Vaporeon gives a nice Wish Passer for the team. Bulky water. It's also a great pivot, coincidentally, so it can eat in like rounds with Coco, and then you can flip turn with Vaporeon and go into like Superior, and then Superior's at full, and that's a good situation to be in. So yeah, it also it's a good cleric, like I said. Really synergizes well with Moltres and Latios, I feel. I think that's like a good core there. So yeah.
Alright. You wanna do Roserade, right?
Sure. Roserade. Okay, we have a T-Spiker on this team and a regular Spikes user. We have technically a fighting resist, but not a super comfortable one. I do like Roserade. It is, if Leo is looking to keep his offensive momentum going, you have a Mon that can, with Sleep Powder, has the spikes, it has the T-Spikes. Yeah, as I said, it is a fighting resist to water, a status absorber with natural cure. Team is still a bit weak to fire outside Milotic. As an Mon that supports the offense, I believe this is a good pick. But as we stated earlier, Milotic is shouldering a lot of the defensive burden of this team.
Do you want to do Gudra or you want me to? Sorry,
Yeah, I'll do Gudra. So yeah, Gudra is an interesting mon. It's very bulky on the special side, but it can also hit pretty hard. It helps with it synergizes well with Slowbro because Slowbro is physically defensive and Gudra is on the special side. Gudra also resisting the electric and grass moves that Slowbro doesn't like. It also helps with Corb because it also eats those fire and electric moves that it doesn't like. Yeah, it's also can be a good special breaker if you're not careful. Like Choice Specs is pretty cool. So yeah, I like Gudra. I think it fits well on this team.
It's also as fast as Pokemon.
Yeah, it's as fast as Pokemon at base 80.
Okay, we're coming from Gudra to Bastiodon. I guess I could do Bastiodon. So Bastiodon, while it doesn't provide anything defensive typing wise, it makes up for in being defensive and nothing else. It can set up rocks and that's it. I can't. There's not a whole lot to explain because it only does one thing, really, right? It just sets up rocks and then dies or switches because it has like base 70 attack and special attack, which sucks. So
Yeah, I don't know what this thing really does. I had it in the random battle thing, and it just stealth rocked and T-waved.
and then it died.
Yeah.
So here's this round's picks.
I will take this opportunity. Unfortunately, I need to head off, but it was a pleasure talking to you guys.
Alright.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, thanks for helping out. I'm gonna keep going until I can't. And then I'm gonna stop.
It's like 3 a.m. for me. I might need to go as well.
Yeah, it's 2:40.
I gotta.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep going until my throat hurts too much to keep going.
Well, I mean, good luck.
Thanks.
What are you on? Round 9?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. So, now that I'm all by myself, I might as well just speed things up a little bit. Palisand provides another ghost weakness to this team. It's not... I mean, at least, like, now you have Indeedee, but you still have, like, this Togekiss as that, dark weakness. This gives you a rocker that's not freaking Bastiodon, which is really helpful, and it also gives a little bit of pressure off of Corsola, but it also is your third ghost type. I guess it's not a huge issue. 3 ghost type. Ghost stacking's not terrible. It gives you an electric resist as well outside of Cart and Dragapult. Moving on to Ember, another slow Pokemon. It's bulky, nothing out of the ordinary. It can set up sweep, so I guess it's the win condition that he lacked before. So now he's got 2 win conditions, 3 win conditions, Corviknight, Glastrier, and Alchemy. Though Glastrier is still by far and away the most reliable, which is problematic because it needs to be in Trick Room to work. This Pokemon, however, does add 1 more win condition, so that's cool. Next up, we have Stonejourner, another fighting weakness to this team, and another ground weakness. Now I'm realizing this ground has this team has no ground resist. So Earthquake spam is a huge problem. The grass type doesn't resist ground. Oh my gosh. Well, now you have 2 ground weak Pokemon. And then one of them is pretty terrible. I'm sorry, but Stonejourner is pretty much unusable because 20 special defense is actually so bad. It falls to the wind pretty much. But I guess in Trick Room it can do maybe something. I'm not entirely sure what that thing is. But, you know, it's something, right? But yeah, the rock type's okay, but you didn't really need a rock type. You needed a good bug type or something to resist rock. Or like resist ground. Man, I'm getting tired. I picked Drapion. It's what is it? A psychic resist for my team. That's what it was for. Like a psychic immunity, really. Even though I already had 2 psychic resists. It's neutral to fairy as well. Same with Caparaja, but that's okay. There's no one has Play-Doh, so. Rolling picked Swoobat. Swoobat's a fun setup sweeper, but that's about it. It's got the simple combine shenanigans to sweep with. But that's your third psychic. It's a defogger, which is nice. So you have a defogger outside of Whims from Bombi and Staraptor. But it doesn't really add anything of super note to the team. I think it's probably a little more detrimental than it is helpful at this point because you're overlapping with your big win conditions in Staraptor and Reuniclus. Right pick Blaziken this round. This gives him a good breaker and a good grass resist outside Ferrothorn, so Ferrothorn's not taking on all the pressure. So even if it's not Speed Boost Blaziken, it still has 120 base attack, and it is draft, so it can be a little bit more directed with its 4 move slots. We're gonna pick Morpeko. This is more or less just their gimmick pick. So Morpeko doesn't really add anything to the team. I think he just picked it because he likes Marnie, and Marnie uses Morpeko. I guess it gives you an electric type with Parting Shot, which is kind of unique. You also have a dark type with Parting Shot, so you could just kind of bounce around and nerf things, and then go into Hawlucha in the terrain and just wreck everyone. And then we got Skuntank, which doesn't really... Yeah, it does a lot. It gives you a big Psychic Resist outside Mew, so you're with going a lot less pressure. You also are not weak to fighting, so Psychic Fighting, it doesn't do a whole lot if it's like non-stab to not Mudsdale, Skuntank. So this is a good pick, I would say, for like a big Psychic Resist, which you're otherwise kind of met against. We got Makalola, who's the third dark poison type that got drafted this round. All the good dark poisons got drafted this round. The only one left being I think Skorupi and Grimeralola. But this Pokemon is very, very good. It provides you with a Psychic Resist for Mega Venusaur. It adds a little bit to your ground weakness, which is beginning to become a little prominent, despite you having Celesteela, but just because one Pokemon resists a move doesn't mean that it's going to save you, because if Celesteela falls, then EQ spam just blows through this team. Celebi is a good pick. It finishes off that Firewater Grass core with Swampert and Arcanine. It gives Swampert a little bit more of a reason to be here. You can flip turn into Celebi to Leech Seed, and then Celebi can U-turn out into Swampert on U-turns or into Arcanine. So it can really provide that recovery to Arcanine without Arcanine really having to Morning Sun, allowing it to teleport a little more safely. You can provide the reliable, a little bit better recovery into Bronzong and Galaxy, as well as Sylveon, allowing it to wish more comfortably. Here's Dusknoir. Dusknoir is a fighting resist, as well as maybe a little bit of a dark resist. No, it's not a dark resist. I am so tired. But it gives you a fighting resist. Yeah, it's dark. But it doesn't. I don't know if it does a whole lot for the team. It makes you a little bit more weak to knock. Oh well. You still don't have a reliable rock resist outside of Klefki. Your ice weakness is there still, but Nihilego helps out with ice beams and all that. Ice punch is kind of a big problem if it hits hard enough, or can hit Klefki. Next is Moltres Galar. This Pokemon is kind of interesting. got a good way to sweep. It adds a little bit more to that ice weakness that was starting to kind of grow. You have Jirachi and Cinderace, but now you have Moltres and Flygon and Vileplume all weak to ice. But, you know, your team is probably bulky enough to withstand a triple ice weakness, so that's fine. Vileplume deals with the problems that this has by just disposing of the fairies that prevent this from really going to town. Fiery Wrath really supports the Pokemon. Just like Cinderace going for high jump kick, or Jirachi trying to set up properly on Psychics. It really appreciates Moltres going through that. The next card to pick Gardevoir. Simple is just a fairy for him. So it gives him another fighting resist, which patches up that fighting weakness I mentioned before. And it gives him a little bit of speed and like 80s, which can patch up that gap he kind of had going between Garchomp and Scizor, which is kind of nice. And it also gives him just the ability to go for Specs Moonblast now, which was not an option before. Paco picks Leafeon. So Leafeon is kind of a neat little pick here. It's not amazing. It's okay, I suppose. But it's there. Another ground resist. You're adding on a little bit of ice weakness again, but you know, the more that the 50-50 has to be played, the better. Benefits those ground weak Pokemon that were mentioned before. Sableye is some nice sweep control, or like damage control against sleepers, more or less. Can also Prankster Rain Dance if Pelipper has a really, really like a bad enough matchup, or if Pelipper is just can't set rain, or if is dead. Can also speed control for Swampert and Volcarona outside of range. Can burn things to make it impossible to break Registeel, and yeah. The last pick of what is it, round 10? Round 10 is Hat. It is a reliable Trick Room setter to Killer, so he can throw and Melmetal and outslow everything to give him the advantage. Adds another Fairy type, so that Steel weakness is beginning to pile on really badly here. Because, you know, Sandslash is neutral. Your main resist is Empoleon and Melmetal, but Steel and Fighting, or Steel in any proper coverage is really bad against, like, for utility. Here's the picks. Sorry if I'm going really fast now. I just need to go to sleep, but I want to get this all done so I don't have to go through Vegas Pro and I can upload this tonight. So then we have Arctozolt for Hail. Gives you an electric type and another weakness to Steel. So you're really, really a problem with Steel now. Even if it's neutral, it's still a massive problem. Charlie picks Ditto. Ditto's cool. I like Ditto. He's a homie. Ditto doesn't really synergize with anything. It's just there to stop sweeps that might be messing up a team. But it's not really synergistically proper with any team. It fits on any team. So, it being here is always a good pick. Taco picks Clefairy. Clefairy is a very solid pick. It gives you that fairy outside of Lele. Gives you another resist to dark, or like a proper dark resist outside of Cobalion. It just gives him proper fairy resist without having that weird psychic hindrance in the way. Being that like detrimentally inflicting on his stuff, or on his defensive capabilities with Layla. Next, we have Executive Director. The Executor, very good anti-trick room. It adds another ice weakness, but Scizor and Colossal should be able to. Scizor, Colossal, and Slowking are resistant enough to patch up the ice weakness that is going on here. Though it is quite polarizing how this ice, because Swellow, Executor, and Garchomp all weak to ice, as well as Zarude. I don't know how I feel about stacking grasses. It's not terrible, but like you're stacking dragons and you're stacking grasses. Stacking grasses with Zarude is not amazing, I suppose, but you can. Then we have Golomolola. This thing is a thing. 4 times weak to ground, but you have two immunities to ground. So that's helpful. You can play mind games with that. This can Volt Switch, it can Boom, it can Rock. Rocks never hurt anyone. It alleviates the stuff from Flygon. You have to run them. It also gives you a actual electric resist outside Flygon and Vileplume. It also gives another fire resist to this team. It does add another fighting weakness, but you already have a good amount of resists to fighting. Appleton is kind of wonky. It resists fire, which is nice. It doesn't resist rock or ice though, which kind of sucks, but you're still fine probably, I would have to guess. I don't think you're instantly losing when they bring an ice type. You have to resist. The rock type issue is still somewhat prominent because Cluffy is a soul resist, but you can press through probably. Danny's pick is freaking Banette. Kind of a crappy Mega, but it will normally go 1-for-1 with a Pokemon every game with Destiny Bond, which is nice. So Destiny Bond is a kind of wonky move with this guy. He can just do stuff, really. That's all he does is stuff. It gives you Ghost type, which is nice. An offensive Ghost can help hit things that this team struggles with. Like, Ghosts aren't really a problem, but if Urshifu goes down, bulky Ghosts might be an issue, bulky Psychics might be an issue. Even then, if they're playing mind games, it might be nice to just plunge a Mega Banette straight into their something like Cresselia to deal with it. Urshifu's single strike should be normal enough to deal with bulky Psychics, but assuming they play the mind games correctly, Mega Banette might be a good pick some games just to cut through the crap. Benji picks Zydog. It's pretty nice, especially considering how, 3 ice resists. Venusaur doesn't resist ice, but it's neutral. And it feels like it's resisted. Same with Blissey half the time. But, this is kind of a fun little Pokemon. It provides you proper offense. With the Scarfer, it gives you a really good speed tier in between Inteleon and Typhlosion, I think. So that's nice. And yeah, 1,000 Arrows will never hurt to have because it's good offensive typing, especially when you mitigate the flying problem. The King picks Raticate, which is the best. Raticate. It's not providing anything. It's just guts wall breaking, I guess. But otherwise, it's not really adding anything. If we could pick like this, which is it's not obviously Mime, but It's not really doing anything at all. I think I might just skip over it. Drampa is a free pick for Morgana. It's weak to ice. I don't really know exactly how much it adds. It adds you dragon type, which is nice. Behind screens, this could be really fun. Roost and Terrain can make this Berserk sweep really easily by accident if they let it get out of control with screens. But I think it's got a pretty interesting gimmick on this team, being another mon that supports Slowking's Trick Room mode outside of Mawile. Right picks Wigglytuff. This is just meant to be a fairy. A team without a fairy is kind of lacking, but yeah, it's a bulky fairy. It's neutral fighting, which isn't like a huge issue. But I'm starting to see like maybe a little bit of a rock weakness arise. Maybe it was never like, yeah, there's only 2 resists in Fairthorn and Nidoking. It's not like Fairthorn's a bad rock resist, but fighting types typically end up having Stone Edge, which can beat Fairthorn. So Roland has Pincurchin, a electric boy. He sets electric terrain, so it's more or less just a terrain setter, really. It's not doing anything other than setting terrain for Roland and all that, which is kind of fun. But yeah, that's just it. If he needs terrain versus a team like Paco's or Morgana's just to mess with the terrain to keep himself in the game, it's not a bad pick. It's more about the terrain than it is supporting the actual team. That's my guess. Then my pick was Drifblim, Balloon Boy, but I never played Five Nights at Freddy's. I just know. Whatever, I'm not gonna go into it. Drifblim has that neat little synergy with Tapu Koko. I can get myself a little boost with Seed and Unburden, which can be kind of neat. I have Fast Defog, base 150 HP. It's a nice little ghost to resist, like, be immune to fighting types and normal types. But that was really all it was for. Another fighting resist, a good fighting resist. I find that this Pokemon, or this team, really struggles against the fighting types of knockoff, which is not uncommon at all. And still, not a single ground resist. This team gets Earthquake into oblivion. But another fighting resist is always welcome on a team with so many fighting weaknesses. So, I don't think it's a bad pick at all. It's just like, pick up a freaking ground resist for God's sake. And then Ember proceeds to morph that and Dusclops. This thing is even more passive than literally everything. So it's a problem because Ember is starting to fade into being taunted to death. If his next pick doesn't properly adjust his offense, he will actually just lose to taunt outside of Goodra and Glastrier, which is a problem. But this is a fine ghost to be immune to those fighting types, but like I said before, just like a lot of fighting types are knockoffs, so this is kind of a flawed ghost, but it works. It's still really bulky even without the Violite. And then the final pick of the round is the Lysopod from Pharaoh. It has the first impression. It gives him a little bit of priority. It gives him another bug, which isn't inherently bad. It's a fighting resist, which is nice. It can beat dark types at first impression, which is also very helpful for his team. It's not a ghost resist or anything, but it's definitely beneficial to have. He's not hating having it here. I feel like another ghost type a normal type might really, really help this team instead of like Comfey. because yeah, you're stacking bugs, you're triple stacking ghosts, you're double stacking fairies, whatever. You're stacking steels. You've stacked 4 types. You don't have a fire type. You don't have a grass type. It's a little bit of a problem, but you can definitely fix it with transactions. There's his round 6. That was only round 10. Crap, dude. But here's Pharaoh's next pick, Arctivish. Not a ghost resist, but that's fine. It's Arctivish. It's a cool Pokemon. It has Vicious Rend. It's slow. It can anti-Trick Room kind of well, even though every Trick Room team allowed has base 30 Pokemon. It can work pretty well in Pharaoh's own Trick Room. I'm not sure if he... Oh, Indeedee is his Trick Room mode. I don't. His team is not necessarily benefiting from Trick Room. Emboar picks a nuke, which is super good for his team. He finally has offensive presence. Unfortunately, it's slow, just like everything else. But at least it can punish mons trying to taunt in his face, even if it does have to kill itself in the process. Umbreon can keep this Pokemon in the game for an extended period of time, even if it is committing suicide with constant Flare Blitz and Wild Charge.
Get something else.
Yeah, it's just always killing itself. That's the main problem. So, it's just the fact, like, every move that's good on Emboar has damaged itself. So, having Wish Support definitely helps it. And then, Mulligan adds a ground resist on Layer's team? What? That's crazy. He has a ground resist, finally. And that's his Z Pokemon as well, which is very well picked, I will say. Yeah, it's not like a Ghost ground resist, which would have been like insane. No, a fighting ground resist, like, I don't know, flying ghost type. I don't know about what any of those are. Like Driftblunt, but I sniped that if he even was going to take it. So it's just, this is a good pick because fix the freaking neutral or weak to ground thing that has been plaguing this team this whole time. But yeah, now I don't think this has like a crippling weakness to any one type. But yeah, you just remove one Pokemon and a lot of things start to fall apart. I picked type Null. It's the bulky normal that resists Ghost. That's all I was going for because my team is rather weak to Ghost otherwise. No, very weak to Ghost otherwise. So strong Ghosts are a big problem. So I needed this to take a little bit of pressure off of Drapion. Roland picks Basculin. Adaptability offered to adaptability liquidation. Kind of neat. That's their gimmick. It's got a little bit of offensive utility here because there's no other water types on the team. Right picks Kabutops, another Rain Sweeper to stand in the place of Mega Swampert. So that's really nice for him. But that's really it. That's what Kabutops is here for. It's just another water type, and it's also a rock type. So it's really nice at just being a Rain Sweeper to stand in the place, like a cheap Rain Sweeper to stand in the place of Mega Swampert. Then we have Combuskin from Morgana, which is just speed boost, sword stance behind screens. I don't need to go into detail. This is a good pickup for King. Web's brilliant for Kyurem. For literally every offense mon he has. Another Pokemon that is actually just ruining Stack Attacka because this Webs actively antagonizes Trick Room. Wait, what? Again, why? Why didn't you get a Scavalier instead of Stack Attacka and get an actually good tier 2? I don't understand. Well, whatever.
Each their own.
Yeah. Then we got a web setter. Helps a lot with Hoopa, helps a lot with Typhlosion. Lets it run specs, lets Inteleon run specs, lets Regieleki not run Timid, run specs, run Modest, and just completely blow everything away. Webs are really nice. Hazard stacking is always good on fat teams like Ben used with like Blissey, Celesteela. Yeah, but webs really do provide a lot to the offense, especially something like Ice Cube, which won't always reliably be able to outspeed without +1 or its ice head being broken. And next we have Prey Pidgeots, got Butterfree for Sweet Powder. Rock Resist are limited. This provides a little bit of that ground immunity though, which is really helpful. And then we have BPM for Actius. It's not providing any resist, but you know, it's a Psychic type. That's really all he's going for. Or they, my bad. That's all they're going for, is just having a Spike, or a Psychic type to do damage with. It's a good Trick Room setter, anti-Trick Room. It's nice for having like Dusknoir and Electros. Now we have Hitmontop. It can rapid spin away hazards for a lot of guys here. Well, not really a lot of guys. Very limited few actually. This one's not very rock. Outside like Moltres, it can benefit Moltres kind of well by punching things. It has triple Axel to hit grounds, which this team doesn't really like. Outside of Dracovish, doesn't really have a proper way to hit them super hard on the Vileplume. But Vileplume doesn't really like taking earthquakes really often. Hitmontop does provide the Intimidate and triple Axel for killing. Then Darkwood picked up Bolson. Probably just for the hell of picking up an electric type, because right after he said that he thought that Bolton was really trash after looking at everything it had to offer. So, I think, yeah, I was definitely just picking up an electric type for the hell of picking up an electric type. And then we have another electric type, the Goat Ampharos, with Volt Switch. It does a lot of damage, it's got good AV sets, it's got Con Guard, which is kind of unique and fun. It doesn't die very easily. It's just got good defenses, good offense. Can break kind of nicely. Unfortunately, it doesn't have like super any crazy setup for special attack, but that's fine. It does a billion damage anyways. It has goodish offensive coverage. Then Charlie picked Red Dice, which is a Spadef wall for his team. Very good special. Wall. It doesn't really die anything in one hit, especially, but physically it can be broken rather easily by fighting types. Team is kind of struggling versus fighting, but not super bad. another sweeper. It's got belly drum. Belly drum with gluttony. Can boost its attack through the roof. You don't have a good go, so you're kind of in trouble versus this thing. And then it has Shadow Claw and Throat Chop now. So it can punch through ghosts. Not super easily, but it can punch through ghosts. Kind of okay, I guess. And there's that round. I forgot to mention, Tiller's team does kind of properly support it. It's adding back onto the fighting weakness of the last two picks by dropping normals, but you do fix up a very small amount of that skill weakness with the Pyroar pick. I don't know what Pyroar does. I think it just specs Hyper Voice and Fire Blast, but no one ever uses Pyroar ever. So I actually don't know what these things do. And then Charlie got Grand Bull. Yeah, that's some Pokemon. Great coverage. Fairy type with Intimidate. Very underrated. Fits well onto the team. Gives a fighting resist. Gives a fairy. A proper fairy. Can punch through defensive fighting types, darks, etc. Good pickup because supports the team offensively and it's kind of slow to complement the otherwise fast offense. Then Paco's last pick is the Barrel. Simple sword stance is all I really need to say. It's a water type that hits grounds that are kind of annoying to him. And it is fighting weak, but the fighting weakness is kind of mitigated by the double flying Toxapex pick as well as the dual psychics and Clefairy. The electric type weakness seems to still be there. Like Gliscor and Ampharos resist, and it Leafeon. So it's not bad anymore. It's just there. Startoad's last pick is Weezing, just a defensive bomb. Really, it just burns things and just jumps in the front of attacks. That's all it really does. It's nice because it resists fighting. It doesn't really resist that ice problem that's beginning to grow at the end, but oh well. Hippopotamus. Mini Sandman can set sand, is an electric immunity, so that stuff like Regieleki doesn't run all over this team because the only resists are Flygon and Vileplume. I don't really know why this was picked up when Flygon's there, but I assume it's just because he didn't really have anything else to pick. Actis picks Kecleon, doesn't fix the ice or rock weakness, but it's the thought that counts, because if the rock move hits this, then the rock move will do not less damage, I don't know. If a ground move hits this, then it goes for Stone Edge, nothing's really going to happen to it, which is kind of nice, I guess. But it's not amazing Pokemon, but I know they like Kecleon, so that's a plus. Because just liking the Pokemon you use is definitely a bonus over not. Meowstic provides screens to Danny's team. He gets another Psychic type, which he didn't really need, admittedly. His Ghost weakness is kind of bad right now, very, very bad outside of, freaking Urshifu. So Urshifu and Licky. And Helios, so it's not that bad. You have two immunities, but double Psychic is rather unnecessary, but screens always help. I don't see any insane setup sweepers though, so not sure why there's screens on this team. Last pick for Benji's Throw, just a slow offense Pokemon, probably just to sit in Trick Room against Trick Room teams, maybe sit in versus Glastrier, live a hit and kill back with CC. I'm not 100% sure, but that seems like a plausible reason to draft Throw for this team. Trevenant is a guy who can also Trick Room, is good in Trick Room, and gives a little bit of a core to Stack Attack. But I feel like you definitely would be fine with running a wedge team for Trevenant, because Trevenant's got like base 55, 45, 55 speed. It's not too bad. It's like Stack Attacker seems to be a fish out of water on this team. It's not the worst thing to ever happen, but it's not very good. Because Trevenant got added, Stack Attacker got a little bit less garbage, I guess, but you could probably still replace it. Zygarde 50%. He was flexing his 200 points on us on the last round. Another insane setup sweeper. He's picked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has 7 setup sweepers, more than half of his draft setup sweeps. And you have Grims. It's terrifying. Oh well. It's 4 times weak to ice, but a lot of that's fixed with Blastoise and Mawile. Beartick is Reich's last pick. Has Swift Swim, and also for the people with Hail, like Tiller, this guy, or Beartick, can also function in there, so Slush Rush Beartick can really mess up the Hail teams trying to anti-team this Rain with their own weather. So, yeah, it's a neat little counter team thing. Beartick's been kind of a meme in FNF for like a couple months now, but it's a great pick, I think, for a Rain team when there's only other Hail team there. And it's also got Swift Swim for the other matchups, if it looks good there as well. Roland's last pick is Heracross. It's Heracross. Mega. Does 1 billion damage. Weak to flying. Team doesn't really support it, but that's okay. Pincurchin's a resist. It's there. He has a resist to flying. Yes, that's what Pincurchin's there for. And Keytran. My last pick was Lycanroc because I didn't have a rock type. Miracle can do everything. Can set webs for this offense team. Aside from Slurpuff, another fighting weakness to round out the draft. That's fine. I'm not gonna diss him anymore for the amount of fighting weakness. It's clearly an offense team. Ember's last pick is a spinner who can do damage. Good pick, finally. Not finally. Good final pick. That's what I meant to say. That was so toxic that first time. But it's a good final pick. And the last pick of the draft is Chestnut. A ground resist. Weak to flying. But, it's not a bad last pick. I think it's a pretty good last pick. Like, flying types don't do a whole lot to this thing. Well, yeah, they do. I lied. It has bulletproof for Shadow Ball. Yeah. That's my bad. It has bulletproof for Shadow Ball, which helps out with a triple ghost, and it resists dark. So it hits both bases at once, which is really, really, really nice for this team. The last pick ended up clutching up for that ghost weakness with bulletproof. Physical ghosts will still pose a threat, but Dragapult can deal with most the physical ghosts because they're so few and far between. They're like Dusknoir and the Aegis Slash line.
Corsola can probably deal with them.
Yeah. Well, no, Cursola needs Shadow Ball. Cursola has like 60.
Oh, I thought you were talking about physical ghosts.
Oh no, physically, Chestnut has like 122 defense, especially it has bulletproof. So this is actually not a bad ghost check, despite it being like not resistant to ghost. But yeah, that rounds out the draft. I'm gonna go sleep and drink water because my throat is actually gone.
That's important to do. Have a nice night.